Mr. Chair, you are live now. You can start the meeting at your call.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to the Budget Committee meeting for April 7th, 2021, where we will be talking about planning and development. And I'd like to call the meeting to order. It is 9:34. As is standard with the virtual meetings, I'd like to run through the roster of councillors just to make sure that we have our audio and video in order. So let's start with Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Fellow colleagues, all ready for planning and development.
Good stuff. Thank you. Good morning. District 2, Councillor Hensby.
President accounted for, sir.
Good stuff. Thank you. Councillor Kent, District 3.
I am present and ready to roll.
Super. Thank you. Councillor Purdy, District 4.
Good morning. Coming to you live from City Hall.
Good stuff. Councillor Austin, District 5.
I'm here. I'm finding my voice, Mr. Chair, but I'm here.
Thank you. And good stuff. Councillor Mancini, District 6.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning. Councillor Mason, District 7.
Ready to, is this our last business unit presentation?
Yes, it is.
Ready to commit to getting that done today.
Absolutely. I'm going to miss them. Councillor Smith, District 8.
Here and ready to go.
Good stuff. Thank you. Councillor Cleary, District 9.
Hello, Mr. Chair, colleagues. Here on Quinpool Road, as you can see in front of the Ardmore restaurant, or as the sign now just says, "You Rant," which I love, representing Halifax West Arndale.
Thank you. Councillor Morse, District 10.
Here and ready to go. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good stuff. Councillor Cuddle, District 11.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all again.
Good morning. Councillor Stoddard, District 12. Iona, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Coming to you from City Hall, oh, sorry, I lost my train of words. Good morning, colleagues, and those watching at home, and my prayers go out to Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you. Councillor Lovelace will not be joining us for at least this morning. Councillor Blackburn, District 14.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Coming to you from beautiful downtown Beaverbank this morning.
Good stuff. Thank you. Councillor Outfit, Deputy Mayor Outfit, District 16.
Good morning from Bedford Wentworth, ready for a PD day here. Planning and development, and all this leading up to this final one today, and all our questions ready to go for Port Kelly. But looking forward to this and getting her done today. Thank you, Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mayor Savage.
Good to go, Councillor.
Good stuff. Thank you. So at this point, the next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes, and there are none. We do have a proposed added item for today's meeting, the resource funding plan. This would be added as item 6. Mr. Clerk, do we have approval from everybody for that to be added to the agenda?
We have received unanimous consent to add the resource funding plan to today's agenda.
Wonderful. Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is the call for declaration of conflict of interests. Super. Hearing none. Next, we will have the public participation section of the meeting. As a reminder to those watching from home, in order to have signed up as a speaker, the deadline was 4:30 p.m. the business day prior to the hearing. We have 3 separate speakers signed up for today's meeting. Any member of the public who has registered with the clerk's office on this matter will be given 5 minutes to address the topic. When I call your name, you may unmute your mic and begin speaking. Over to the clerk.
Good morning, everyone. Members of the public who are speaking at the meeting today, please remember, if you're using your telephone instead of Zoom to participate, please ensure your webcast or TV broadcast is muted and that you are listening using your phone. When you hear your name announced, please press *6 and you'll hear an announcement that you are no longer muted. Please wait for the chair to tell you that it is your turn to speak. Once you have finished your comments and answering any questions of clarification from members of council, please hang up your telephone and watch the rest of the meeting using the webcast.
Thank you very much. We have 3 speakers this morning, and they are Shalom Mandeville, Nicholas Seminator, and Stephen Adams. Shalom, are you in the meeting with us?
Yes, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. Welcome back. You have 5 minutes. Are you prepared to go?
Yes, sir. My name is Shalom Mandeville. I'm speaking on behalf of an international group called Soil and Water Conservation Society of Metro Halifax. For a long time, as you know, people may know, municipalities have always said water quality in lakes is not their issue. It's provincial. But the land development is approved by planning staff as well as community councils, except in areas where it's by right. It's still approved by planning and development. So the liability is the municipalities. And I'm very excited. I'm really excited, by the way, but I'm very excited that on pages 5 and 12 of the budget, the planning and development has shown interest in watershed management and lake restoration, if I read it correctly. Now, as I said before, we have done 1,000 lakes, out of which 300 lakes have been, I wouldn't say polluted, that's not the right term, but stressed. And just to be fair to HRM, it's not HRM's fault. A lot of it happened before amalgamation. So, and just because we say it or other groups say it, we don't represent everybody. So I would strongly suggest, and this it hardly costs any money, the planning and development set up an online survey for the general public, and it should last for a minimum of 6 months, okay? Asking questions like, are you happy with your lakes or lakes, which you use? And if you're not happy, what's the problem? Like details. And that survey should last for 6 months. There was a recent meeting, recent means last February, organized by ACOM on behalf of HRM, but only half a dozen groups were invited, and it definitely does not represent everybody. Because even though I'm an independent person, I'm not a counselor, I'm not a politician, nothing, I get a lot of calls from people that I've never heard. Obviously, they respect me. So I suggest they have a survey. Now, second thing, I just received an email just a couple of minutes ago saying that the municipal clerk has distributed our submission, which is only 1.5 pages. That's all. In the old days, we used to submit 20 or 30 pages. Okay, and Councilor McCloskey used to give me hell about that. Of course, she has known me for a long time. So, and I provided links there. One is to the CCME phosphorus policy. So we're talking mainly phosphorus. Phosphorus comes from various sources. I don't want to go into that because I'll run out of time. And what they're saying, you set up what's called hindcast. Hindcast means pre-cultural. That's before any development occurred in the whole watersheds. That would be around 400 years ago, okay? And then you're allowed to increase it by 50% maximum. This is maximum. And then you have to make a decision. It's called a management decision, whether you're going to stop all future development, okay? Which is the easy way, but then if you're a landowner, you wouldn't like it. The other way is to have extensive stormwater treatment systems. And I also provided, I forgot to mention, I provided you links to our web pages. We got extensive web pages and we received international awards. And you will see the many systems that I listed there are from North America, Germany, from the Western world. And last but not least, I also provided a link to what's called the OECD studies, which was from 1960s to 1982. And these included like 80 scientists of 15 countries of the world at 50 research institutions, and they come up with recommendations. And I'm sorry, Chairman Paul Russell, that people are not following it, and neither are consultants. And I mentioned that to the meeting last February. So, and I'm very proud to tell you that one of the scientists who was involved in that, who headed that, is Dr. Joe Kerekes, Kerekes. I'm proud to say he's a member of our group. He lived in Clayton Park most of the time. Now he moved to Cherry Street, right across from the hospital, maybe because he's in his late 80s. And he said he'll come to a meeting if I invite him. Okay? And now
Shalom.
regarding the pollutant.
Shalom, if I can interrupt, it's about 4:45. You have about 15 seconds left.
Thank you for giving me the warning. So some of the lakes which are polluted very quickly: Tucker in Beaverbank, Finnerty in Beaverbank, Governor in Timberley, Stillwater in Hammonds Plains, Bissett in Cole Harbor, Settle in Dartmouth, Bannock, Micmac and Charles in Dartmouth, Springfield in Middle Sackville. Okay? That's it. I mean, there are more, but I'll be run out of time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Lake water quality is certainly important, and we will take your comments into consideration. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Nicholas Seminator, am I pronouncing your name correctly, and are you with us? Just as a reminder, if you're coming in over the phone, you may have to press *6.
Good day.
We are here. Nicholas, is that you?
This is me.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so
Thank
my
you.
name's Nicholas Seminatori. I live in 100 Claudia Crescent. I've been here for the last 10 years. I own an aerospace engineering firm based out of Nova Scotia. And I have two separate issues that I would like to discuss. The first is our school down the road, Sackville Heights Elementary School. I've consulted with 60 different people in the past 24 hours. I have not had much more time than that. I just found out about this meeting yesterday, so on the Twitter. Anyways, I consulted with 60 people in the last 24 hours, and there's unanimous consent in the lack of investment in infrastructure, which would correlate to the new development and housing in the area. So in the past 7 years, using viewpoint.ca, there have been about 400 houses between Beaverbank and Margison Drive, all of, between, I'd say, at least 250 to 350,000 value, but there hasn't been much infrastructure investment in the schools. The major issues parents are having is with the parking lot. There's very narrow, very lot of potholes. I've talked to the principal several times. We even had organized a community drive to raise some funds and get rent somebody's trailer to fill in the potholes ourselves, understanding that the bureaucracy can sometimes be a little cumbersome, and it is our money anyways, right? But the snow ended up impeding that process because it all started to freeze and stuff, and now it's too muddy. But anyways, all this to say that there's also the issue with additional students, 30% increase in students in the last 5 years. So they had to add portables. The portables obviously took away a lot of the playground equipment area. So now there's more kids and less space to play. So I guess my first question is that there's several individuals who have proposals that they would like to submit on how to potentially solve or improve the issue. But we don't want to waste our time. Like, we all have jobs, so we don't necessarily want to waste your time drafting a proposal if they're not going to be considered seriously. And I have one more issue. Should I discuss that or pause? Hello? Sorry, I can't hear you.
You do have another couple of minutes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so my second issue is, so I actually live on Claudia Crescent. The issue is with regards to the snow removal. I've contacted 311 several times. Every time they tell me the same thing: we're in a priority 2 zone. So the snow is being removed in accordance with the policy. I've looked at the policy. The policy says priority 1 level of service for a steep incline. We have an 11-degree grade on our hill, which I would consider steep. I can't get up it without 4-wheel drive. I often have to snow blow it myself in order to get up it, because they don't come until like 12 hours after the snow has done falling. We have 4 individuals that are in wheelchairs, two physically handicapped, one with ALS, one with autism, 2 first responders, a fireman and a policeman. And having the snow impassable unless you have a 4-wheel drive truck is, I don't think, good for the people who are older and can't get to an ambulance. One of the individuals relies on in-home healthcare, and the last storm I had to bring him over lunch because the healthcare lady couldn't get there. So given the grade of the hill, I would ask how we get reassigned from a priority 2 to priority 1. And those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. This is a presentation for information. You are providing information for council. We do have the ability to ask questions of clarification, and I apologize to Mr. Mandeville, I omitted that. So I'm wondering, for my colleagues, are there any questions of clarification for Mr. Seminatory?
Mr. Chairman, we should perhaps just clarify that school situation is a provincial matter in regards to any expansion or construction or reconstruction. It's outside the municipal mandate. So those issues about the school, you should bring to his local MLAs.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I was going to mention that as well. But again, are there questions of clarification for Mr. Seminatory?
Can I ask a question?
This is for presentation only. If you would like to submit something to all of the councillors and we can respond to you,
Right.
please certainly send something to clerks@halifax.ca, and they will make sure that we get it, or you could send something to your local councillor, and we will certainly respond.
Okay, I apologize. I just saw the property tax bill and there was the education line on it. I assume that was for.
Yep. We can certainly go over that a little bit later on, but thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Thank you. The third speaker on the list is Stephen Adams, who is someone who is well known to council. Steve, are you with us? You may have to press *6 on your phone.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Very well, thanks. And you?
Pretty good, thank you.
Good.
You have 5. Good. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
I'm not going to take 5 minutes. Thanks so much. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Your Worship, and members of council. My name is Stephen Adams. I'm the Executive Director of the Urban Development Institute of Nova Scotia, also known as UDI-NS. I am putting forward a presentation this morning and requesting that 6 new positions be added to the planning and development staff. And right now, our planning staff have been working diligently and quite hard to process the many applications brought forward, especially with the pandemic. I think they're even more than ever. Excuse me. Given the number of applications, they've outpaced staffing levels. So given this scenario, I'd ask that council consider the following. Increase planning and development staff so that the need to replace a planner midway through an application process may be minimized. Members of UDI have said on a number of times, a planner is taken off a file, necessitating another to fill in, and generally speaking, the new planner goes back to review the file, which makes a lot of sense. However, that review comes back. They may or may not agree with the decision to date, and may have to start at the beginning of the process. This can cost months in delays. If there are additional planners available, then there's a better chance of staying with the project from the beginning to end. Additional staff would also allow an application and recommendation to get to council more quickly with either a positive or a negative recommendation. We found that even a negative recommendation you can work with. No recommendation at all is time consuming. Another suggestion to hire with regard to the additional staff is to dedicate them solely to the approval of affordable housing initiatives. This would help to prioritize these approvals, and there's a threefold benefit to it. The first is much needed affordable housing stock will get to market sooner. The second is that these applications under the standard process will also get to market more quickly, as that work will be a little later. So you have two different streams, one for the affordable, the other for those that are in the normal or the standard stream, if you will. It'll speed up both. When the buildings are getting built more quickly and occupied, then property taxes are collected sooner. This suggestion is not designed for a developer or a builder to get cute, putting in 100 units and saying we're going to have one that is affordable. That's not the intent. And perhaps if they try that, add a couple months to their application, they won't do it again. And we also recognize that planning and development is not the only HRM department that deals with these approvals. It makes sense to have a look at the other departments to see what staffing levels would be required. UDI and our members offer our expertise and support to HRM Staff and Council with regard to initiatives and policy, not only related to this particular presentation, but others as well. I'm simply a phone call away, and I wish all members of council the best of luck in the deliberations. I can appreciate this is a very difficult process, and we're living in very difficult times. And again, I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve, for your presentation. I appreciate that. We will take that into consideration. At this point, are there any questions of clarification for Steve? I don't see any in the chat. So thank you again very much to Shalom Mandeville, Nicholas Seminatori, and Stephen Adams. We appreciate your input, and we look forward to hearing from everybody on how we can make the process better. At this point, I'd like to move forward with item 5 on our agenda, which is the planning and development discussion. And this starts with a staff presentation. So I'm going to hand it over to Kelly Denty.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of Budget Committee. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So I am here today with our business unit coordinator, Rita Clark, who is going to handle the slides, as well as the leads of our 5 divisions. Of course, here with you virtually and safely. It goes without saying. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Next slide, please, Rita. There, we've passed the test of being able to advance the slides. So Planning and Development's mission is to lead Halifax's transformation, ensuring our region is resilient and a preferred destination for people, investment, and new ideas. Our work is aligned with these priorities, and we're committed to delivering results that are valued by Regional Council and the community by improving and streamlining our legislation, processes, supporting tools, and technologies. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our 211 strong staff members in P&D for their hard work, their professionalism, and their dedication over the past year in delivering services so efficiently, effectively, and capably. What you did and what you continue to do in spite of ever-changing conditions is truly amazing, and you've got lots of reasons to be very proud of what you do. Next slide, please. So P&D has 5 divisions. They work together to receive and provide support and collaborate with other business units to accomplish the mission that we just talked about. So we have the division directors with us today, who are responsible for the daily operations of their teams. So never mind me, we already talked about me. We have business services that is led by Margie Pike. She supports business activities across all divisions. This team identifies and implements process improvements. They support internal communications and information management. So their key focus areas are permitting, licensing, and compliance technology, fee rationalization, records management, and frontline customer services. We also have infrastructure planning led by Peter Duncan. That team creates and oversees policies, standards, bylaws, and programs related to ongoing management of infrastructure growth and development. So key focus areas there are, obviously climate change and the Halifax Plan, transportation, streetscaping, development engineering, and of course, capital costs or CCC charges. Regional planning, led by Eric Lusick, creates and oversees the policy framework and long-range objectives for future growth and development. This work proactively defines regional settlement patterns and influences long-term environmental, social, and economic resiliency of the community. Key focus areas there are the regional plan, the center plan, plan and bylaw simplification, secondary planning and master planning, affordable housing, food security, oversight of the Green Network Plan, leading the Sharing Our Stories Culture and Heritage Priorities Plan. So together, the regional planning and infrastructure divisions create the framework for major investment and impacting future capital budgets with HRM and operational service delivery, right, relative to public transit, road maintenance, et cetera. Right, next slide, please. Current planning, led by Stephen Higgins, administers and implements policies and bylaws for property and land use development. So key focus areas there are as of right development and subdivision approvals, civic addressing and commemorative naming, policy-enabled planning applications, right, the ones that come to community council mostly, and the urban and rural planning program. Buildings and compliance, led by Connor O'Day, administers and implements policies and bylaws related to building construction, licensing, and bylaw enforcement. Those focus areas are building inspection, minimum standards, bylaw enforcement. So you have animal, vehicles for hire, land use, dangerous or unsightly in that category, as well as licensing, right? So animal licensing, taxi, temporary signs, sidewalk cafes. So these two divisions together are responsible for high volume of customer transactions, providing efficient and professional services to citizens, the development industry, other internal and external agencies, and of course, regional council. So recognizing that's a lot of words, I thought I'd try to make an attempt at depicting the work of P&D a bit more graphically. So what you've got here is, in planning lingo, the basic rural to urban transect that makes up HRM. So if you will, it's the slice of HRM from Ecum-Secum to downtown Dartmouth. It would capture all of the various habitat types that make up that transect. So HRM is unique in its composition as a municipality that incorporates every type of geography and therefore every type of context for which we have to consider in our work. So P&D leads the development of a number of overarching strategic objectives that in turn direct the delivery of operational services that are meant to promote and sustain healthy and livable environments for everyone and everything. So good planning balances the demands of landowners and developers with the needs and concerns of the community and the policy framework. So when successful, planning can provide protection for the environment, promote and facilitate regeneration, help create and sustain communities, and maintain the best of the past while encouraging creativity and innovation in the development of a sustainable future. So the breadth and depth of our work is massive, from climate change to licensing, right? So the work of P&D is impactful to everyone. So it's a lot to absorb, but it's a lot to understand. But those are the pressures from a strategic level, and then everything is intertwined in operational service delivery, and one piece is connected to the other as closely as you can imagine. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot of the type and volume of activities and outputs for the 2020 calendar year. So last year we had 115 active planning applications. That's a reduction over the previous year and more of a return to a steady state. That's reflective of moving applications through our processes more efficiently. 2019 and 2018, we hovered around 120 applications. There was a bump in 2017, which was an anomaly of 157 applications. There was a backlog there. So we were able to clear those out, and we believe this is more of a steady state. Correspondingly, the number of site plan applications has increased 31 as projects move along in the center plan package A areas. Subdivision activity remains stable with almost 800 new lots approved. We saw approvals for over 4,600 new units issued. That translating into overall construction value of about $1 billion, down a little bit from 2019, but not much. 2019 was about 1.1 billion. Public engagement was heavily impacted by COVID-19 as we were only able to have 8 PIMs, right? 8 public information meetings before the 5-month shutdown began in March. So for comparison, in 2019, we had 34 public information meetings and 17 online surveys, and we engaged about 30,000 people through that process, and 10,000 responses. Those were significantly driven by Center Plan Package A, but it was quite extensive. So, but virtual public meetings restarted on August 30th. And while public consultation continued on planning applications through our postcard mail outs and web pages. Heritage was a significant chunk of work last year. So we did 10 registrations. In the past, we would have done maybe 4 or 5. So that was a considerable amount of work. We did a lot of research on heritage properties that we typically wouldn't do in an average year, but we were able to do that when we were looking at registering groups of properties. But council decided that that wasn't something that they wanted to proceed with. So that was also a big piece of the work that happened with that group. And we added some significant properties to the heritage registry. So Halifax Memorial Library, the Dartmouth Post Office, and the Morris House, which is the 5th oldest building at HRM. Old South Suburb Heritage Conservation District was adopted, and providing support and financial protections and new planning rules for the entire historic precinct of downtown Halifax now. And 31 heritage grant applications were approved, which is double the applications from 2019. That number is up a bit there because it's representing grants from the old Barrington Heritage Conservation District that are being paid out. So our regular kind of small program that we call it is still in there, and that runs in the order of about $350,000 each year. As you know, P&D is a report factory. We produced over 157 reports last year to regional council, community council, and committees of council. So in addition to the reports generated based on motions from councils, we also prepare a recommendation report for every planning application. So that's in the order of about 3 reports every week, 3.5 reports in 2019, because again, we had to pause things a little bit last year due to due to the pandemic, right? We also saw over 26,000 customer service requests. So those are questions and concerns from the public regarding development, bylaw enforcement, and licensing. I've got the breakdown of those by type, but of chief concern are the ones related to development and compliance. Those are in the order of 15,000 that are just in those areas, and they take quite a bit of staff time and research to respond to. They're not simple questions, right? So they do take up a chunk of staff time to manage, and it does impact our ability to move other work. But again, very important frontline service that we provide. And last but not least on this slide, we did issue almost 7,000 licenses out of our licensing division. Okay, keep going. Next slide, please. She's already there. So, of course, as business was anything but usual last year, P&D rose to the challenge and managed a significant number of successes, which are here, right? Can't name them all. Halifax was approved, right? Unanimously adopted by council in June. With in-person public meetings if possible, virtual public engagement sessions were launched. That was in and of itself, quite an achievement. Where you're used to one format, you have to redecide how you're going to engage and manage to communicate with folks virtually, which was new for us. The mobility response plan was rolled out to implement adjustments to the transportation network as part of our collective effort to reduce the spread of COVID-19, right? Safe streets, slow streets, wide streets, that sort of thing. Again, not a program that we had planned to do, but one that we took on and managed with our friends in Transportation and Public Works. And, I think it was very successful. With customer service counters abruptly closed to in-person service last March, online portal for permits, subdivisions and planning applications was stood up within 2 weeks. So again, the ability to take what had been a paper process for I don't know, 60 years, if you will, and turn that into an online process was quite something to be celebrated. And we, of course, did many affordable housing initiatives last year. We were able to advance those. So as you see here, right, secondary and backyard suites, fee waivers for affordable housing, multi-year tax relief, and a program to have a new category added for surplus municipal lands for the affordable housing category. And last but not least, of course, rapid housing initiative, right? The late year award from the federal government to put forward projects for approval, and $9 million. So we were able to work with proponents on that. And this time next year we'll have 52 new units of affordable housing on the ground, sheltering people who are in need. All right, next slide, please. So as you mentioned before, the Old South suburb was done. It won Atlantic Planners Institute Award, so staff are to be congratulated for their work there, right? It's an award from Atlantic Canada. Multimodal corridor planning program gained further traction with functional plans for both the Bedford Highway and Dutch Village Road being completed. It's becoming a regular program, as you'll see later on in the slides. To enable the development of guidelines and standards and a multi-year work program to integrate streetscaping with other projects. A new streetscaping administrative order was approved by council. Prior to that, projects have been dealt with on a one-off basis, so this provides some order and organization to that. And then to replace the online portal that we set up in March, our new online permitting, planning, licensing, and compliance system was launched in December. So that's the system that we had been planning to put in place. It would have launched earlier if not for, again, some COVID impacts. But the system is state of the art. It's going to transform our high volume applications and licenses. So it allows customers to use and access a permit system 24/7 in the comfort of their own homes, assuming they have the technology to do so. And it provides real-time information on permit applications. It allows folks to make secure payments, receive e-notifications, and request inspections, and immediately review the results when complete. So this is a game changer for us. We are in the change management phase of adoption of the system, as you appreciate. Anytime a new system comes on board, there's time for people to adjust to it, but we're already starting to see benefits from that system materialize. So it's definitely a good one, and it's long overdue. P&D also co-led the development of the rapid transit strategy with Halifax Transit. So that was adopted last May. And finally, and certainly not least, with so many businesses shut down by COVID-19, the ability to maintain service to the construction industry, a key economic driver, no question, was critical. Our building, engineering, and compliance teams maintained field inspections without a pause. It's no small feat, as other jurisdictions shut down activity fully. So in the early days of the pandemic, there were a lot of unknowns, but by working closely with staff and the construction industry, we were able to quickly create protocols to allow inspections to continue safely and without interruption. And I think there was certainly a great appreciation by the industry for that work, and staff were able to adjust accordingly. And I think that's something that really should be celebrated. Okay. Enough on successes. I'll take a little drink of water. So in addition to our regular operations, the following slides touch on our key strategic deliverables for the coming year. And those are in line with Council's 2021 to 2025 strategic priorities plan. So under the prosperous economic priority, P&D will bring forward Center Plan Package B. And if all goes well, present that to you this September. So Package B, for folks who are not as familiar with it as I am, includes proposed policies and regulations for areas that are established residential, downtown Halifax and Cogswell interchange, parks and public spaces, institutional employment, small scale industrial, and industrial employment areas. So Package A was the corridors, Package B is everything else in the neighborhoods, if you will. So we'll continue work on the regional plan review, consistent with delivering the plan to you for consideration next year. The regional plan is the overarching guide for planning in HRM and is built on a common vision and principles for the entire region to achieve balanced and sustainable growth. The focus of the review is to evaluate the effectiveness of policies and programs contained in the 2014 regional plan, to revise those policies as necessary based on any new policy direction contained in the priority plans that we've been developing in those intervening years. And public engagement will be used to identify any newer emergency items that are not captured through priority planning. So the key priority plans that we're talking about are integrated mobility, Halifax Green Network, our economic growth plan, Halifax, and of course, sharing our stories, culture, and heritage priorities plan. So we are planning to come to you through the Community Planning and Economic Development Standing Committee shortly with the themes and directions report on the regional plan. And the purpose of that is to explain the scope of the review to the public and stakeholders, and to seek feedback on the initial approach in terms of the detailed work that we're going to be doing. Using the same framework that was set up through the center plan process, we'll advance the plan and bylaw simplification for the remainder of HRM's urban communities. So under this program and through the regional plan, we'll develop a framework and objectives for the suburban plan, which aims to update and consolidate all existing community plans that apply to suburban areas of the community. Again, that is quite a piece of work, but we do believe that lining that up through the regional plan will actually allow it to be orderly and effective as we go about putting that work together. We'll of course continue work on our streetscaping program by undertaking the Spring Garden Road Streetscape project and continuing to identify opportunities to integrate streetscape elements with recapitalization projects and development-led projects. So if the road's being dug up for a particular purpose, there may be an opportunity to incorporate some streetscape elements within that scope of work. So that's the idea, to integrate. And of course, rural planning, right? P&D will continue planning in our rural areas through our planning applications program and policy amendments to respond to issues facing residents and businesses of HRM's rural areas to help improve economic, environmental, and cultural resiliency of rural areas. Next slide, please. Under communities umbrella, we're gonna partner with the Halifax Food Policy Alliance to develop Just Food. That's an action plan for the entire region. So it's a collaborative effort towards actions to increase food security and strengthen our local food system through the lens of food justice. So a draft framework has been developed, and it's building on the Halifax Food Charter principles. Engagement will begin later this year to consider what food justice means to people and the communities they serve, to test draft food system goals and move together towards action. Additional municipal food security initiatives include continued partnership and support of the mobile food market, continued support for emergency food distribution, and evaluation of food experiences during COVID. Library will continue to provide food literacy programs with the intent to improve food security and the health of community members, especially those experiencing poverty. Housing, right? As we all know now more than ever, the provision of housing is paramount to the success of the municipality. As an urban, suburban, and rural municipality, HRM is faced with the challenges of geography, supply, and servicing. Success in housing involves the provision of adequate supply to meet demand and ensuring that this supply is available in locations that will not create cost or environmental barriers to its provision. So the regional plan will spell out where housing will be permitted, while local area plans will speak to its form. As the municipality is the regulator of supply, our role at present is to ensure there are no policy barriers to the provision of the supply. Planning policy should include opportunities for market, mixed market, below rent, and deep affordability housing. So all types in the housing continuum. And we know that we're going to be doing more on housing as the years go on. But right now, it's making sure that there are no policy barriers to the supply of housing. Mobile home parks. So HRM has 28 mobile home parks, also a good form of affordable housing, and that encompasses about almost 3,700 mobile homes. So the parks are long-standing operations, and they're regulated under 3 different older general application bylaws that were inherited pre-amalgamation. So over time, the existence of multiple regulatory tools combined with several business unit realignments has contributed to inconsistencies in enforcement of those various bylaws. So in the coming year, we're going to form and lead a working group to assess HRM's current legislative, regulatory, and operations in mobile home parks to increase clarity, define rules and responsibilities, and consider any regulatory amendments required to achieve these. So we want to make sure that the actual parks are operating in accordance with the bylaws that are in place relative to how they operate. And if we need to make adjustments to address areas that aren't covered in the bylaw, we're gonna look to form that up and come back to you with a recommendation on that. So in a similar vein, with a view to identifying areas for amendments to improve regulatory processes and efficiencies, we're going to look at our building bylaw too, right, to make sure that it's lined up and accurately reflects our current situation relative to responsiveness and you know, to some degree enforcement. The Sharing Our Stories cultural plan is going to continue to advance this year, and we're going to carry out increased engagement with traditionally underrepresented groups, including Indigenous, African Nova Scotian, Acadian, accessibility, and newcomer communities. Currently, staff are engaging with these communities, and we're anticipating a public release of the draft plan in the fall, with regional council consideration and a public hearing being targeted for winter 2022. Before moving on, I just want to give a shout out to our staff in the picture from our municipal compliance group up in Mellor Drive. I'm not going to call your names out, guys, but I just want to say thanks for the work you do and to support strong and healthy communities. Moving on to the next slide. So integrated mobility. See that little pun on words there? Moving on. This is an area where there's often confusion between TPW and planning and development. The transportation planning program resides in P&D, and it's responsible for integrating transportation planning with land use planning and monitoring the implementation of the integrated mobility plan. So to achieve this work, transportation planning provides a broad range of specialty services, which include technical support for the regional planning program, maintaining a travel demand model, measuring and reporting on key performance indicators, delivering multimodal strategic projects, and delivering the transportation demand management, streetscaping, and complete streets programs. Did I mention it was technical? So as a result of the pandemic, there's uncertainty going forward around where people will live and how they'll move about. And with that, we expect new challenges and new opportunities. So COVID is a disruptor, there's no doubt about that. It's going to alter travel to work patterns, such that traditional trade-offs between travel versus land costs may no longer influence where people choose to live and work. That uncertainty aside, we know that our major routes need to accommodate all modes of travel, so we'll continue to advance functional and preliminary designs for the multimodal corridors that are listed here: Bedford Highway, Perry Cove, Portland Street, Robie Street, Rainy, Goddard, and New Brunswick. We're also, of course, going to continue consultation and designs for the Windsor Street Exchange project. Next slide, please. So as you might expect, under the environment strategic priority, P&D's got a number of initiatives having stewardship for the Halifax plan. So we'll continue to build relationships and partner with key stakeholders to prepare for the tiered energy code that's going to come from the federal government, planned to be released in December. Once it comes to us, the province will select a tier for Nova Scotia. We'll compare that with what Halifax says relative to our net zero target. And if it doesn't align, we'll advocate for permission to require a more stringent tier. It's a bit of an unknown at this point, but we've set our goals, so we need to make sure that whatever tier it is, it will allow us to get there. We'll work with corporate and customer services to ensure all new corporate buildings meet net zero emissions or net zero ready if net zero is not possible. P&D are going to launch a retrofit design team, apply for various funding opportunities, identify resiliency measures best suited for our region and building stock, and develop a retrofit, renewable, and resiliency prototype program. This is the action that will have the single greatest impact to reduce carbon emissions, since buildings comprise the largest portion of HRM's greenhouse gas emissions. HRM shows leadership in terms of getting to net zero in the next 10 years, but we contribute 1% to the overall greenhouse gas emissions in HRM. So the existing building stock in the community is really the largest sector that needs to be retrofitted in order to really bring those emissions down. On the climate resilience front, we'll complete an infrastructure study on Little Sackville River. We'll do floodplain modeling of Shubenacadie River, and present the Bissett Run study to Council for implementation and next steps, including update funding strategy for the top 10 sites that need mitigation. In partnership with Fire and Emergency Services, P&D will create an critical infrastructure working group to develop a framework to assess vulnerabilities and prioritize the most vulnerable infrastructure for resilience measures. As a first step to assessing critical infrastructure risks, detailed climate hazard mapping for all of HRM will begin. We'll also, and here the one you've been waiting for, we're going to develop a new municipal water quality monitoring program. So the staff report outlining that is targeted to come forward to the Environment and Sustainability Standing Committee next month. And if it's adopted by Regional Council, we'll seek some funding partners, hire a new staff resource, expand and develop public education campaigns to promote healthy watersheds and recreational safety, and prepare to launch the program fully in 2022. This year will be getting ready to launch kind of thing. And staff, of course, will also continue to support the Regional Watersheds Advisory Board, manage the water testing in the summer beach program, risk manage blue-green algae blooms, and continue to address invasive species and pollution in select urban lakes. Okay, so now going back to operational key performance indicators from the strategic priorities. That'll be our next slide. Okay. So from the big to a little bit to the small. So this chart illustrates median permit wait times for major and minor projects for the past 6 years. So on the right-hand scale, it also shows the volume of customer service requests over that same period, which, as you can see, is steadily increasing. This is a trend line. So processing times for major projects have been increasing from about 11 days to 20 days. Comparatively, permit wait times for minor projects, while moderately fluctuating, are at about 11 days. Ideally, processing times for both projects would be lower, with little variation from year to year. So we know that these wait times are too long and that they can be attributed to higher permit volumes, increased project complexities, and unchanged staffing levels, or staffing from a time when our volumes weren't where they are, right? So we've undertaken process improvements to business processes, reorganized staff to help offset pressures, but this has only allowed processing times to remain flat. So at this stage, improvements to wait times can only be achieved through the addition of staff resources, which I'll get to later in the presentation. All right, next slide, please. So this chart shows the volume of corresponding building inspections and reviews over the past year. So as you can see, that's a 42% increase during that time frame, and it's no surprise given the amount of construction activity that we can see happening in the region. Next slide. So again, to further illustrate the point on project complexity, this is a heat map that shows the density of permits for new units over the past 10 years. The darker the color, the greater number of unit density there is. So as this shows, most new units are being constructed in the regional center and in the urban communities. So with increased density comes increased complexity, resulting in longer review and approval times. It's just more complicated to look at those projects because of the various factors that go into them. Next slide, please. Another graph shows the distribution and location of new units over the past 10 years based on issued permits. So since 2010, we've issued permits for about almost 33,000 units. So the breakdown of that is 8,700 in the regional center, 19,000 in the urban communities, and 5,400 in rural areas. So those proportions are fairly consistent, with construction permits for new units averaging about 3,100 units per year, except for the trend upward over the last 2 years to about 4,000 units per year. Next slide, please. This is the last chart, I promise. So this chart shows the distribution of construction value for the past 3 years by geography and type. So construction values in rural areas are fairly stable and steadily increasing. This is mostly single-family home construction with larger, more expensive homes. Values in urban communities are also increasing with a mix of residential and commercial development. This area includes industrial parks. And regional center values do fluctuate based on project scale and length of time to construct buildings. Projects in these areas generally take between 2 and 3 years to complete, so you're always going to see them kind of go bump up and down. Okay, now I think we'll talk about some budget numbers. So the first slide deals with staffing. So the budget before you includes funding for 13 new full-time positions. So in that are 2 new planners to focus on affordable housing initiatives, 2 assistant building officials, a license support position. That position had been overstaffed in the past, so we're making it permanent to deal with volume needs. And our term report production controller was made permanent, so that shows up as a new position. We'd had a term position there. 6 positions have been added to support Halifax. So we've essentially got a team lead for climate adaptation and 5 environmental performance officers to support community and corporate programs such as small scale renewables, things like solar, vehicle electrification, and municipal building retrofits. We also have 1 new position in transportation planning to support the ongoing mobility response plan. I think you just saw that report a couple of weeks ago relative to adding that staff to in TPW as well as planning and development to do that work. And then the reductions shown represent reduction in term and intern positions. So I'm not going to go into detail there. Okay. Next, this is the overall, expenditure and revenue change slide from 1920 to the proposed 21-22 plan. In a couple of slides, I'll go through a summary of the main changes. Next slide, please. And this is also a breakdown by the 5 service areas. Same net totals, but broken down by service area. All right, so on to the summary of changes. So, our budget, like most budgets, most of it's compensation and benefits, right? So 82% of the overall budget is that. So increases there relate to the 13 new positions that I just mentioned. Most revenues outperform budget, mainly due to increased fees, new fees, and a strong market. The numbers here, when the budget was built back in towards the end of last year, are based on our third quarter projections. So we generally budgeted to adjust revenues to align with actuals. So we've got increases in building permits, plumbing permits, street opening permits, zoning fees, signs of encroachments. Some things have gone down, but again, those are to adjust to actuals more than anything else. We do have a little revenue loss due to waiving of sidewalk cafe fees, for example. We also included some actually that's on the next page. Next slide, please, Rita. And then we've got summary of changes for other budgets, so outside of revenue, right? So things like computer software licensing, $5,000 for GIS, professional fees. Big changes here are consulting and contract services. So in those buckets, you've got things like lake weed harvesting, water quality monitoring, the taxi training program, other miscellaneous adjustments to return to pre-COVID levels, contracted remedies. So dangerous unsightly premises, for example, we will go to a property and have it and issue an order for it to be cleaned up. We would front the cost of that and then recoup it through collectibles. It wasn't actually budgeted that way, so we were always kind of showing in a deficit. We've actually put money in here to deal with that, so that also factors in. Research and data acquisition is in there. It's a census year coming up. We do talk about food in here as well. So it says, you'll see it says special projects for food security. That actually shouldn't be food. The food piece is on the next line relative to grants. So you do have a report that's going to come to you shortly that's going to talk about a grant for the food program. And that's about $75,000. So that's built into that next line. And then, of course, changes there also represent increased grants in our heritage conservation districts. Yeah, I can speak to details later, but I don't know if we want to dig into that right now. So, all right, now on to the options over budget list. So I'll just run through these quickly. So mostly staff, one program area. So because we couldn't absorb all of the requested funding of $800,000 in our envelope for the Heritage Grant Program for the Old South Suburb and Schmittsville Heritage Conservation Districts, the balance of $250K is included here. $550K is already in our base budget. So the $350K for the general program remains the same. So this was noted in the staff report from a couple of weeks ago when you approved the AO for that program. To help offset the impacts of increased permit volumes and complexities and allow for improvements in processing times, we're recommending adding 3 new positions at the Planner 1 level. This position is key to the timely processing of applications and service requests. And I can tell you, it's the position where I began my career. So believe me, when I can tell you the extra horsepower here is invaluable. These positions do the front end work relative to getting permits out the door. So this is it's a key position that can actually help improve those turnaround times to something that we can all feel proud about. In that same vein, we're also recommending the addition of 3 assistant building official positions for the same reason, right? That role is how we grow our building officials. It's important for succession planning, and it supports the overall building permit process, as well as does the work for minimum standards. So again, those low volume, or high volume, low complexity permits, those folks definitely carry the load there. A report on curbside solid waste enforcement is going to come to you shortly. So in it, we're going to be recommending dedicated positions to undertake this work. So 3 compliance officer 1 positions within the compliance team. So these positions would provide reactive and proactive response to service areas. And you'd see consistency in service delivery, resulting in quicker turnaround times. You'd also create some succession planning within our compliance team as they move from less complex, high volume inspection type work to the full range of investigative functions associated with compliance officer 2 roles. So things like land use investigation and dangerous unsightly premises. And also, last but not least, the addition of a senior program engineer in the development engineering group. So that would further support our increasingly complex construction projects. We recommend adding this position. So it will provide expertise and capacity on engineering matters related to the volume of work in this area. So things like construction management plans and those high complexity projects. We do need some more horsepower at that level to be able to make the kinds of decisions that need to be made on complex projects. On the last slide. So pressures. So HRM is transitioning from a medium-sized city to a large city. So beyond the more immediate pressures of climate change, housing, and food, there are complex aspects of planning that come with growing up, and there are additional costs that come with this change. So we naturally fall back on the principles of good planning to lead us forward. Good planning is expensive, but also tends to pay for itself when it comes to sustained property and economic growth. So yeah, it's kind of the unknown, but obviously what's before us are things like climate change, electrification, housing, what's going to come with the regional plan, and just keeping up with HRM being a prosperous economy. And the last slide is a lovely view of Halifax from Dartmouth. And with that, that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Kelly. That was certainly a huge amount of information, and I appreciate the detail and the speed with which you delivered it. Going to hand the floor to Councillor Kent right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this stage, I'll put the motion on the floor. I move that the Budget Committee direct the CAO to incorporate the Planning and Development proposed 2021-22 budget and business plan as set out and discussed in the March 19, 2021 staff report and supporting presentation by staff into the draft 2021-22 operating budget. So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that?
Second.
Second by Councillor Blackburn?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Kent.
Thank you. Kelly, thank you very much for all of this information. Actually, I came into this meeting kind of thinking, oh man, I feel like I've got so many things, so many issues with planning, and I am so much more enthused and encouraged. Only I say that because, when we're dealing with very chaotic and difficult district items, it's easy to feel like we're only in one silo, which is whatever's happening in our own district, because there's just so much emotion and frustration often related to the community. And I'm not diminishing that at all, but I do see this report in this presentation today as feeling much more hopeful on a number of things. So I'm just going to outline the sort of 6 key areas that I'm going to want to ask some questions around, and then I'll make my way through speakers lists and such coming back. But The item around good planning and addressing needs of community and community concerns around, my questions will be around accountability and oversight of development projects. As you know, well, there's some things happening in District 3 that I have concerns about, no doubt, across the district. Development projects within communities and abutting close neighbors are often problematic. So we'll return to that. Lake health. I'm very, very excited about your water quality staff report that will come forward. We all have lakes in our districts, but in particular, Morris Russell Lake seems to have been getting the brunt of the development projects that have in and around those areas, and I'll be wanting to come back to that. The suburban and rural plans in relation to the regional planning frameworks. I'm excited to hear what you have more to say on some of the initiatives around some of the rural planning that could take place. Number of places within the district, within District 3 that I certainly see as positive opportunities, connector roads and such. So I'll be coming back to that. Your staff additions, I'm excited to hear that. Actually, when I came to council this time, and as you know, and I think any councillor can say the same, that planning and development is a huge piece of the work we do around our work and representation of our communities. And one of the things I'm consistently hearing is the wait times and the processing time. So I really appreciate that you guys are acknowledging that, you're meeting it head on, and these new positions coming forward. I'll have some more questions just for some clarity, but that's great to hear. Affordable housing, I do have some concerns around some of the equity around the affordable housing grants, and I know that you've got some plans coming forward. I'm going to want to mesh those two together and see if we're going to be addressing some of the concerns of those areas that are outside the center plan, those projects that would be outside of the center plan, and the strategic corridors. I'll put another plug in for the Mount Hope connector, the Caldwell Road connector from Mount Hope. It's a priority for the area, in my opinion, and certainly for this councillor. I'm looking forward to. In fact, I think tonight we start the Portland Street Functional Plan and Community Engagement. Have a question on that. So, Mr. Chair, how much time do I have left? Can I get a couple of questions in on any one of my items?
You can. You've got 1:15.
Okay, so let's start with the good planning and the needs of the concerns of the community around oversight and accountability. I see there's some, what I've experienced so far, and this is a major project that's happening within District 3, and don't have to go into the full extent of the details, other than there seem to have been, and I'm not sure we've really got to the place where it's clear to even to staff who is the accountability staff, or what area holds those developers accountable when things are not going right, when there is an order for a change or cease and desist, or we need to address this better, we need to get the information from you. Number of things can come forward. There's some question about whose responsibility is it building permits? Is it building standards? Is it planning and development? Is it so when within this budget, are we tightening or beefing up the ability for oversight and accountability on development projects that may need it?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Ultimately, I think I'm responsible for all of that when you think about it, because it all flows. But when a site is under construction, it of course is under the responsibility of the a combination of the building official and the development engineering staff, right, relative to site works. So each one is unique, right? You have to look at what the issues are and figure out how the tentacles tie back to the various bylaws that you have in place. What we're mentioning here are, adding capacity at the assistant building official level, for example, creates capacity for building inspectors to perhaps spend more time on sites or maybe closely monitor projects. Same thing with the development engineering staff that we mentioned, right? So organizing around enforcement, I don't know that we're ever going to have enough staff that we can always be on top of things, to be honest, right? We're always going to be reactive in that stead. But in terms of being able to explain who's on first, we can certainly align that way and probably do a better job in that. But adding those resources to the permit process will improve that, would be my response to that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, do I have time for one more?
I'm sorry, your time's up. You are welcome to come back.
Yeah, I will. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Kelly Denty for the presentation and all the work that her staff do. It's there's a lot underway in planning and development. I am very much looking forward to seeing the center plan finally completed this year. I know that has been a long road for everybody, and no rest for the weary, I'm afraid, because to me, as soon as we have that center plan done, it's really, we need to basically be doing the equivalent of a center plan for the suburbs next, right? Because suburban growth is not going away in HRM, and we need to be making sure that we're doing it in a way that is sustainable and is working with our suburban communities. So after this, I mean, we need to be pulling those resources into the same sort of effort out in the suburban areas. I'm very excited this year to see the lake piece moving forward. It wasn't immediately part of the presentation, but I understand there's some dollars for implementation of some of the Lake Banook recommendations in the planning development budget. Which is wonderful. I mean, we already talked about street sweeping in TPW, but it's my understanding that perhaps Kelly can confirm at some point that netting for the cirque to get the pigeons out of there, that some of those practical, just on the ground items are in fact programmed for this year. Because I know that that's near and dear to a lot of folks in Dartmouth, and the Worlds are coming in 2022. So we're not going to fix the situation overnight, but we need to be making action on it. The piece that I did want to talk about is climate change. This is I feel to some extent, luckily we have people who are working on this 100%, but in terms of the societal focus, we've taken the eye off the ball on climate change as a society a little bit, because we're faced with an immediate COVID crisis. We will hopefully be through COVID by the end of this year for the most part, but climate change has not gone away at all. It is the crisis of our times that we as a society all have to change. And I know it's one of these, the scale of the issue is daunting, right? It's massive, right? And so, I mean, I know it's one of these things, well, are we going to change the world in little old Halifax? Well, probably not. But if everybody in the world adopts that attitude, well, then the issue will not be solved, and we are heading for a world of pain. We all have to basically do our individual part and try and overcome that tragedy of the commons, which is this issue writ large. And so with that in mind, I had asked, when the climate change piece had come forward, for a resource plan for, well, what staff do we need? How are we actually going to implement this? And there wasn't any mention of that in the report or in the presentation, really. Just kind of a line, six more people for Halifax. And I'm wondering, Kelly, if you, through the chair, if Kelly Denty could speak to what we're actually doing there to make sure that we actually have the people to do this work, to make sure that we're treating this with the urgency that it requires.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, we are still building that resource plan, right? We did not have the time and space to have that resource plan fully in place to be able to present it to you with this budget, other than to say we need the additional horsepower at the staff level to continue to build roadmaps for all of the actions in the plan. So when the plan first came forward, we had identified 9 positions. We were dealing with a COVID budget, so we were only able to fund 3 positions for half a year. And those folks have been doing fantastic work, but it's certainly not enough to engage the entire organization in terms of all the actions that are going to have to flow down to the business unit level. So with the additional staff that would come with this budget, that would bring us to the full 9. And we would continue to build that resource plan and those roadmaps by engaging with all sectors of the organization and tying that into our strategic initiatives funding. So the other part of it too is we need capital money to do a lot of this work, right? So I apologize because I use this analogy a lot, but when you paint a room, it takes a long time to do the cutting in and the taping, and we're still doing cutting in and taping before we get to do the rolling, right? So the rolling will be coming over the next little while, but it's organizing the work around that is still a work in progress. We do have plans to have meetings at the senior leadership level next month to talk to them about this, right? To figure out what the alignment looks like in the various business units. So, and then we would come back to you with additional resourcing needs based on whether or not we can absorb the work, or it's more than we can plan right now because it's just that big. Like climate change has got to be the biggest piece of work that we do, and it is a 30-year plan, but what we do in the next 10 years is critical. So we're on it. Just doesn't look like it just yet.
Well, I was relieved to see it popping up in all sorts of different places in the other presentations and practical items. We really need to have that, to take the work and actually know what's entailed to do it. And so that's going to require people. And I know I suggested when we corresponded earlier that this is really going to
if I may, Councillor Austin, you have passed your 5 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
If you could come to a close, and you're certainly welcome to come back.
Well, if I could just one final sentence there, Mr. Chair. We have to be prepared to treat climate change as the emergency it is, and that means that I don't want to wait for 2022. If the results of the conversation indicate we need more people, then we should be prepared to hire those people in year as an in-year budget adjustment as that work is done, because this is the most urgent thing on our plate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much what he said, or if you're looking at or what he said. That was exactly what I was thinking and feeling, Councillor Austin. Kelly, thank you so very, very much. You guys have had an amazing 12, 13, 14 months, and it's not slowing down anytime soon. Just a couple of quick questions. The addition of staff, the staff that you've asked for in the over line, what is the domino effect? Because I'm worried that, okay, great, we're going to add all these positions in planning and development, but then are we just trading in one log jam for another? We're going to get rid of the log jam at planning and development, and now we're going to have a log jam in legal. So that is question one. The mobile home parks, land lease communities, thank you, thank you, thank you. This was one of the things that I do believe it was previous Councillor Johns that had requested this way back when. And when I got to council, it was one of the things I was asked, did I want to continue it? And my answer was absolutely. I think you said we've got 9 land lease communities in HRM, 3,700 units in total. And 5 of those land lease communities are in my district. So that is our version of affordable housing, and really glad to see that this is coming up. If you need an extra body on that working group, I am definitely raising my hand to be a part of that. The floodplain report, just wondering if you can be more specific as to when that is due, because I'm sure I'll be getting the text from Walter Regan in about 5 minutes. And just wondering as well if the scope of study, is it just the sort of the little Sackville area, or does it go right out to the county line? And that's it for all of my questions. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you very much, Councillor, Mr. Chair. So the good news on the staff that we've listed on our overslide, they're entry level for the most part, frontline staff that would simply soak up capacity or soak up the ability to respond to the volumes there, and they simply work in house. So those types of positions shouldn't have a trickle down effect into the other business units. Which is good news, right? Now, notwithstanding, the engineer is not a frontline position, but again, they're working on permits, right? So that work doesn't typically involve the other support units. So it's churn. So mobile home parks, it's been killing me too. So I'm happy to be able to report that we're going to be able to actually get some traction on it. 28 mobile home parks. 3,900 units. 28, it's hard to believe, right? I'm a former county girl, so I get the mobile home park thing, and yeah, we need to pay attention to them, and we will be. Floodplains report is stalled a bit, so I got an update from staff, but I don't want to share that with you right now because I think I need to know that I can do better on that, right? So, but again, there's a lot of work on our plates, so it's ability to be able to find some capacity for that. Scope of study for the Little Sackville River, so that's about infrastructure. So I would assume that would be for the entire region. I might need to throw to Peter Duncan on that one if he can provide a quick response, Peter, if you're there. And if he's, oh, there he is, okay.
I am here. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I was having a few issues on my end here. Yeah, so with regards to the scope of the floodplain studies, the study for the Little Sackville River basically focuses, as Kelly mentioned, on infrastructure-based solutions within the Lower Sackville area. So wherever you have piped services. The study for the Shubenacadie River, that's a big study, and that actually takes you right out to the HRM boundary. So that basically takes in the entire riverine flood plain system of the Shubenacadie River.
That's the answer I wanted him to provide. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And for the future, Peter, your mic is a little bit faint. I'm not sure what can be done to correct that mid-meeting. Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Chair. And Kelly, thank you so much for the presentation, but also, if others have said, for what has gone on over the last little over a year. But I mean, in a district such as mine, with so much new development, so much infill, so much going on. I mean, a day doesn't go by that I don't get help from somebody in planning and development and compliance and bylaw enforcement and building official. It's just incredible. I know their cell numbers. I can list them Ashley's and Trevor's and whatnot right now to you if I needed to, and Philip and other people. And I know they probably have all blocked me, but they're still very courteous to me, and quite often it's evenings and weekends and other times as well where they step up to help. So it's so much appreciated. So I'm just wondering, I'm going to ask a bunch of questions and then maybe I won't have to come back. There's no question that we have to add some people, and there's no question that there is. The mayor and I have said on a number of occasions lately, there's a return on investment in some of your departments because it allows us to grow the tax base, to have more development fees, to see land transfer fees. I think we need to have a little bit more explanation of that at some point. Because things are a bit cyclical, though, we hope that immigration and migration will continue to boom the way it has been. We hope that interest rates will stay low. I don't think they can go any lower, but let's hope they stay low and don't start going back up. Have you looked at term positions? Have you looked at outsourcing, some of these other options in addition to just straightforward hiring, if you will, to deal with the backlog, which I support in theory, don't get me wrong, but we just don't know how long the boom is going to last, if you will. So just ask you those questions. As you know, and you've given the stats now, how much growth has gone on in the suburban areas and the value of that over the last decade. I have grave concerns about us pushing out things like the Windsor Street Exchange upgrades, the Bedford Highway Regional Plan, Rapid Transit, all these things that are so dependent on us continuing to growth and giving people a lifestyle that they come here for. But I'll be bringing those back, and other councillors can share the concern as well. Construction noise bylaw. Can you give me an update on where we are with that? Because we really, I think, need to make some changes before we start doing things like Port Wallace. We need to look at how late it goes at night. We need to look at Sundays. We need to look if there should be separate recommendations or guidelines, if you will, for regulations. So I'm trying to think of for blasting and rock breaking versus just driving a hammer and the nail, because people still have to live here. We have to watch that when it comes to taxes. We have to watch that when it comes to traffic, and we have to watch that when it comes to noise. It's nice to have all this growth, but we want to make sure it's a piece that people want to come to and want to stay. How's it looking for trying to keep the regional plan review to 2 years? Is that still within the cards? And I look at my own district here, where I have at least 6 controversial infill developments coming forward in the next year. And I told my kids the other day, Dad's working on his resume and he's working on his will, because it is going to be one rocky year here in Bedford as we look at these infill projects. But what I'm wondering, my question for you is, where is the latest thinking now on PIMs and public hearings for the big controversials where we know there's going to be 50 to 200 people wanting to contact us? Are we looking at how are we going to do those virtually, or are we gradually going to go back to going in person with those larger ones? Because doing them virtually could take several nights, as you know. So just a little bit of a status update. A whole lot of thanks to you and team, but a little status update on the regional plan, construction noise, RP review, and of course the PIMs and public hearings. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Actually, you'd asked about term positions and outsourcing.
I did. That was a big one too. Yes.
Yeah, we've looked at that in the past for the actual run-of-the-mill permit work. That's really staff, right? In order to get capacity to be able to move that work on, that's permanent staff, because you've got to build an understanding of how all the bylaws work, and you've got to have a vested stake in the program. So it's not really something that can be outsourced. We've hired terms in the past. I just tend to think that our volumes are at a point where it's time to just increase those ranks. Outsourcing, we definitely do outsourcing relative to study work, one-time work kind of thing. So we continue to do that, and you can see that in the contracts and consulting budget. Right, so we'll always look to outsource what we can, but in terms of that regulatory aspect, that is stuff that really needs to be done by vested HRM staff. Right. Construction noise bylaw timing. That report is actually in process. It's in the pipe now. I actually need to look at it, so it's on its way to you within I would say the next 4 to 6 weeks kind of thing. Right, so that's coming forward relatively quickly. Regional plan review, yes, our expectation is that we are steadying on and keeping that to the 2-year review time frame. We're always looking to reallocate resources as need be to do that, but scope creep, of course, is a concern. We'll be back to you with that themes and directions report, within the next month or so through CPED, and that will really set the tone for where we go. But yes, I want to bring it home by the end of next year too. So as far as I know, it's still on course. And latest thinking on PIMs and public hearings. I mean, we're of course bound by public health direction. Yes, I'd love to have this meeting in person if I could, let alone a PIM for a controversial item. So in the meantime, yes, we're continuing on with virtual hearings for the big ones. The one that we did for backyard and secondary suites. I recall there being a lot of concern about that. In the end, it went rather smoothly, and I think we've learned a fair bit from that. But and even just this platform actually helps the process. But until public health allows us to gather, I think we're continuing on in the virtual world for the time being.
Some gathering is allowed. That's my point, though. I think we might have to look at, could we meet in a big room, and could we have 2 or 3 nights at 40 or 50 people rather than 10 nights online or something? That because some gathering is permitted. So I'm asking that hopefully you keep these things in mind when we deal with these big ones.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Ms. Denty. How's it going?
Great. How's it going with you, sir?
Can't complain. I share your wish that we were meeting face to face. I feel like this is not anywhere near as useful and productive as when we can actually really grind through the budget in the room. So thank you and your staff. It's been an amazing year. Like you identified some of the things that have happened, but the fact that you managed to keep the permit counter open when it was physically closed and make all those automated systems come into place and iterate on those to improve them as time has gone. It's been a real, I hope people are writing down what they've done, because we're going to forget. And these are great stories that need to be captured. So thank you for all that hard work. One of the things I noticed when we started budget was in Ms. Fraser's presentation on the fiscal framework, there is a chart that had anticipated 2% growth of the population for the next 10 years and anticipated 1% growth of the housing stock for the next 10 years. And I know budget documents are budget documents, not planning documents, but I did feel like it kind of outlined what we're hearing from a lot of the councillors, what we're hearing from developers, what we heard from UDI. It is great that we had 4,000 units permitted this year, but we've had the population grow by 10,000 people unexpectedly, right? This is not a blame exercise. It's, all our plans worked. We grew by 10,000 people. We're actually growing by more than 2%. And we did that 2 years in a row. And so really, using that national average of 2.1 people per home, we needed to be closer to 5,000 units just to keep pace. And we already have a backlog because we haven't been keeping pace the last 4 or 5 years. So, the suburban plan and rural plans and all that stuff, that's great. But the big issue for me is to while we're working through those processes, what can we do to speed approvals on the stuff that is already nominally approved or kind of in scope for the plans as they are right now? What's within the plan, the by right and the site plan approval, the DAs and for the stuff like Shannon Park and the approved zones in the regional center, the greenfield stuff, or the areas that are already enabled for DAs in the county and suburban plans. And so I'm going to support all the overs. I'll just say that no one's moved them yet. We'll continue to move through this, but you can't. We've always run a lean system, and we can't expect it to ramp up significantly more when we have this unexpected, unprecedented growth happening. The most growth we've ever seen outside of a world war happening and driving up the population. We're going to need to staff up for that. But several years ago, we were talking about, and we did we ended up not doing it fully, but we have talked about a goal being to raise our fees to be closer to or match cost recovery. And we ended up not doing that, which disappointed me. And I was voting to just do it. And we'd heard at the time from the developers that they would be okay with paying more if they got faster service, which we haven't been able to deliver because while we did a small increase, the volume has gone out of control. So has that been explored? My questions for today are, and I'll come back because I have a lot I'd like to talk about on planning, but have we talked about raising fees? Have we looked at what it would take to build those extra or to permit those extra 1,000 units? Like, are we being really strategic? Like based on the letter that some of us received from Clayton, that went to you and to the mayor and CAO, are we being really strategic about looking for where we can find those units and try and move those approvals forward faster? Because we really are, every year we don't meet that target, we're falling farther behind, and it's harder and harder to dig out of that hole. So have we talked about raising fees? Do we have a plan to address that gap? And then my final question that I'll throw at you, just because I'm curious, is it the $250,000 for HCDs that was on the over list, is that the only funding for the HCDs, or is that an increase in funding? I thought we'd approved some. I've lost track. There's so many numbers flying around. So I just wanted to clarify that before I spoke to that more. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of speeding approvals, you and I are aligned with that. There's regional plan dictates where growth can occur, right? So there are some areas that just don't have growth permissions. But what we can do is clear out everything that's in the as of right pipe. So I've certainly spoken with staff about that. Our ability to move that along is simply impeded by the huge volume of work that we've got right now, right? So getting some extra capacity there, honestly, getting some staff in the same space to collaborate and problem solve will help move things along too, right? So working from home has, I believe, impeded some collaboration on that front, and but we need to do that, right? So we compiled a list. We actually do have quite a few in the pipe that we can clear. they'll clear our hurdle. The question is, will the labor be there to actually build them? But, that's separate, right? All I can do is our part. But yes, you and I are aligned on that. So that's definitely something that we're discussing about how we can do with staff. Raise fees. We haven't been talking about raising fees specifically because we did that increase, and it got us to, I think, about the 25% point. There are lots of conversations about cost of construction, and if we want affordable housing, we need to reduce fees, right? We need to figure out how to incentivize rather than raising fees. I think we can get to that conversation, but it's not been a recent one we've been having. And the $250K for HCD, that's Old South and Schmidtville. So the total budget for that program was $800,000. I could only absorb $550,000 with the budget envelope that I've been given. So that money's in the base budget. So this is over and above to get us to that $800,000. So that's $250K.
And I'll just close and say I agree with your assessment that we can increase the permits, and then it'll still be a 2 or 3 year lag for the construction industry to catch up. So, but we still need to move in that direction. But you're right, there's no immediate relief coming anytime soon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Kelly, you're like the superwoman of HRM. Oh yeah, all those plates spinning in the air. It's mind-boggling. So thank you and your entire team. Amazing. I just had 2 questions from the report, and Councillor Kent actually touched on this, the equity piece with the new affordable housing grant. I think it's coming out in the fall. And I'm just wondering, how far away are we from seeing this type of grant being given to development outside of the regional center? And the second question I had was concerning the noise bylaw, and I wasn't sure whether that noise bylaw was only addressing construction noise or whether that also addresses like car or motorcycle noise, and who is responsible for compliance enforcement. Because, and this could just be my newness, but police, RCMP, do we have enforcement officers in HRM, and the process, like how does that get enforced? And I was surprised to see such a high compliance rate that didn't seem to mesh with the complaints that I've already received in the few months I've been here already of noise. So just those 2 questions for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I appreciate the references to Superwoman, but it's the staff that do all the great work. So with respect to the affordable housing grant program, what we're talking about right now is simply using that density bonusing money that we're collecting for projects in the regional center and being able to return that money through a grant program in that same boundary, right? So that's the program. We are looking through the regional plan at a density bonusing program for the rest of the region, right? But right now we were definitely confined to the regional center, right? So, and we want to get that program up and running, right? So we're just suggesting that this year we're going to start with a $200,000 incentive program similar to the heritage incentive program that we've got, and get that ramped up. So we understand that there's not equity across the region yet, but we would be looking to expand that. Relative to noise, I believe things that happen in the street belong to police as opposed to compliance. And Connor O'Day is on the line with me, so he can provide that clarity. So the noise bylaw really relates to private property noise. And, in the daytime, it's a situation where HRM compliance staff deal with that. But, after hours, police will respond to noise complaints overnight. You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair Kelly. Good morning, and thank you for the presentation. It was almost exactly a year ago, as we were all adjusting to COVID, that we had a call from a number of people in the development community asking me if I could set up a meeting with our development office and with the CAO. And I know that we were all thinking that we were going to kind of get reamed a bit for stuff being slow. And when we got on that call, we heard from large and small developers that they were amazed at how quickly your team had adjusted to this online fact of life, and that in fact HRM was among the fastest of the suppliers and people that they dealt with to do that. It was pretty encouraging. So I want to applaud you for the work that you and your team have done during COVID. I was trying to figure out, I was going back, there's been at least 3 budgets that have come to Halifax Regional Council in my time where I have, and other councillors have said, do you need more people in the planning department? Do we need more? And we were told, no, we don't. We can manage it. We have some vacancies, but we can manage it. Because as Tim Outhet, Councillor Outhet said, the Deputy Mayor, there is a return on investment on these. So I don't have a problem. I'm fully supportive of saying, look, let's add some people to make sure that we can keep things going. People don't have to be superheroes. They just have to do good, hard work. They shouldn't be expected to be stretched. And things like the Rapid Housing Fund last year, welcome as it was, of 8.7 million or whatever it was, put a big burden on folks. It wasn't their full-time job. So I'm glad to see that we're looking at things like affordable housing and saying we need a resource. And I commend you and the CAO for recognizing that. It puts a burden. And also, frankly, we have to go to the province, and they supported that initiative as well with operating funding. And I know that you are involved in some of the housing initiatives, the advisory task force. So this is an area where we will, we need some more resources, and I'm glad that you're doing that. I think it's the right thing to do, and I know that former Councillor Adams, now with the UDI, represents a number of people when he spoke today to that. So I think that's a good thing. We have had growth for sure in the municipality. It's been great. I'm not completely as unexpected as Councillor Mason, perhaps, because we did pass a growth plan at with the Halifax Partnership in 2016, and we're hitting those numbers almost. So it's good. It wasn't the numbers in our regional plan. The regional plan was a little less optimistic. I know, for example, that we're well over the regional plan in terms of how many construction starts we're approving. But I want to just ask you on page 15, the residential units from construction permits issued, showing the kind of growth that we've had, up to 4,000 in 2019, almost the same in 2020. And I've had this conversation with you. Do we know that those are actually turning into the units? Like, how many units are actually being built from the construction permits that are approved? And I know that's a tough thing to substantiate completely, but can you sort of speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, you might notice that there's a little bit of discrepancy on some of the information. We mentioned 4,500, and then we mentioned 4,000. So I think what happens is approvals occur right on paper, but then the actual construction is it takes a little bit longer. So there's everything that gets approved, of course, doesn't get constructed. So that is the lag time there. And I think you had asked too about whether or not the units are occupied.
Right.
We don't necessarily have, that kind of, current time data, but, based on vacancy rates, right? We have every reason to believe that the units are occupied. We don't know by whom, right? We're not privy to that, but it's not a case where units are getting built and they're sitting vacant, right? Units are getting built and they're being occupied.
Yeah. And I think according to our regional plan, we were expecting something like 1,200 units in the regional center. Is that what it was per year?
It was 1,200 in the urban communities, right? Which is kind of the old, new lingo for suburban areas. Yeah.
And when you're hitting 4,000 to 4,000 overall, that's dramatically above that. So I also want to just, in case people aren't aware, I'm not councillors, but people listening, we do have a rural planning office now, which is a pretty powerful group of planners who are doing some amazing work. We have densified the core of the city as we intended to do starting 8-10 years ago, and we do need other options now, and there are plans that we've been on some calls recently with some folks who have some good plans to further develop outside of the heart of the city, while still developing I shouldn't say outside the heart of the city, because the heart of the city is all of HRM, but the core of the city, and there's options across the municipality. So I'm fully supportive of adding staff here. To me, it's similar to last week when we supported the tourism investments. It is targeted, and there is a return on investment for these expenditures, and I think that it'll be very positive. So thank you for your leadership, and to all your folks, to Stevie and to Eric and all the senior management team, all of whom are very easy to deal with and very responsive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kelly, good morning.
Morning.
Always good to see you, Kelly. And again, I want to repeat some of my colleagues' comments on you and your staff. They've always been great to work with, and even when they're bringing forward recommendations that I may not agree with, they are willing to work through it. And most importantly for me, they're able to speak in a language that I understand, and that's usually I need that help on a daily basis with them. So outstanding, and that's your leadership too, Kelly. Thank you. 3 questions that I have: the positions that you're asking for and over budget. Let's assume that well, we can't assume, but if approved, how quickly are they up and running? Because we're talking about processing, permitting, and all that you're identifying quickly. So if we were to approve it by the end of April, how quickly are all these positions in place? And they're running. Number 2, the compliance officers that you're asking for, is that in addition to what we approved yesterday at council with regard to solid waste and illegal dumping? You can explain that to me. And my 3rd question is around policy. As you know, you and I and your staff have had many conversations about 2 major developments in District 6 in Dartmouth, and that is Port Wallace and Shannon Park. And we're talking about, in both those scenarios, complete communities. So where are we from a policy perspective? No shortage of conversation with the 17 and 16 of my colleagues about traffic calming. So when they build those 2 communities specifically, are we building in the traffic calming? Are we building in the bump outs? Are we building in, including humps? Are we not including cul-de-sacs and challenges? I know Deputy Mayor Outhead and I have many conversations about that. When we're building that, is that going to be part of it so that we don't have to go back in 5 years time, 10 years time and try to fix it? Things like snow storage and transit is a big piece for both those. I mean, are we having, are we working close enough with transit so transit clearly understands that when both these developments are built, the transit is at stage 1, it's part of it, so that when they actually have people living there, they can take advantage of that. So those are my 3 questions, Kelly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So positions, we hire them today if we could. There's a process.
Yep.
It all depends on kind of flowing the money, but I would like to think that we can, fill those positions within a 3-month period. I think because they are, again, labor market unknowns kind of thing. They are positions that I think we do have the talent to be able to get in the door. So definitely we'd get them on the ground running.
And sorry, and how long up and running? So you hire within 3 months. So they can't start doing the job exactly the next day. What's their learning curve so they're actually doing the work that they're being hired for?
Yeah, obviously there's training programs, and they can, you don't just start with the hardest files, right? So usually the training program will get you up to speed, and depending on where folks have experience from too, right? Within 6 months to a year, I think you can really start to see them making a difference. But just by having them present, you can certainly throw kind of low complexity work to them, and that'll take a volume off somebody else, right?
Yeah, they'll take a load off. And I bring that up knowing that, just want to make sure everybody understands, if we were to hire all these folks, it doesn't have that immediate impact overnight, but there is an impact. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I wish there was a magic potion. Compliance. So the positions yesterday were solid waste positions. So those are a little different. What we're talking about is curbside solid waste. And I think it comes from Councillor Mason's motion relative to solid waste collection in university areas specifically. Right. But also, we used to call it expensive garbage day. So there's the garbage day you pay for that's covered under your taxes. And then if you put your garbage out time when you don't, then that's our compliance officers. So what we're talking about is 3 dedicated staff to deal with that. That work right now is absorbed by, compliance officer 2 positions who are more investigators than inspectors. This is a more kind of inspection position, so it's different. And again, you haven't seen our report on that, so you don't have the benefit of that, right?
And on compliance officers, do those compliance officers still share many hats? So we have those that are dealing with dogs, for example, in our parks. We know the challenges we're having. But at one point in time, that compliance officer had other responsibilities and other dealing with dog and related enforcement. Is that still the case now?
Those positions are responsible for many bylaws. What we're trying to do is obviously have general knowledge across the team, but create specialties so that there can be efficiency. So those are active conversations about how we create some specialty, right? So that you're not, when you're responsible for everything, you're not responsible for anything, right? Okay, policy work, Port Wallace, Shannon Park, absolutely, right? So those communities are being designed. I wish I knew then what I knew now kind of thing situation, right? So we'll design them to the best of our ability now. Streets will be designed as complete as they can be. I like to say that traffic calming doesn't happen for new streets. Traffic calming happens for old streets that were designed to, a different standard. They're not serving the purpose of serving neighborhoods. They were serving the purpose of moving transportation from one community to another. So all of that would be, inherent in these designs coming forward. And definitely transit is the first order priority, right? So any development that has, higher densities, those densities are higher because transit is in there, right? So the transit loop is really the first thing that needs to be constructed. So our work is closely aligned with that of transit in providing that service.
Kelly, thank you. Appreciate all the work of you and your team. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kelly and team, for the presentation today. It is a lot of information, and there's a lot of things that that you deal with on a daily basis, and also in terms of long-range planning. So I completely appreciate all the hard work that goes into it. I have a couple of questions. I guess my main concern, and it's kind of a theme that's been going on about, do we have enough staff in planning? And, I really feel this is so important because, what we're doing today is really impacting the long-term success of our city and our community. My main concern is about the staff for the regional plan review and, more specifically, the suburban and rural and local area plans. We know those are key to making transit work, to addressing climate change, to building economically successful communities. When it comes to addressing climate change, as you pointed out, Kelly, our land use is one of the biggest areas where we can actually affect our emissions and our impact on climate change. If I was to kind of look at, all the investment required to get our buildings to net zero versus updating our suburban and rural plans, I think I would double down on getting those suburban and rural plans done, along with integrated mobility. I think with Halifax, we have to be really strategic about where we're investing to make sure that we have the greatest impact. And, I'd love to have a deeper conversation about that to make sure we are putting our dollars where they need to be. To do that, to have that impact on climate change. I am concerned when I hear things about pushing forward with as of right developments that are all based on an old MPS. Even if we have, in that MPS identified where we want growth to happen, things have changed dramatically, as we've all noted. The city is growing beyond kind of, our expectations in some regard. And so that, that regional plan review, I think, is just so critical. And I understand that it's a delicate balance between, the need to provide more housing as soon as possible to accommodate this growth, but, also knowing that we need to create a sustainable and a green city. So I would love to see a great emphasis really put on that. So what proposed new staff are going to be assigned to the regional plan review? And, do we have enough folks? The other thing is water monitoring, but also watershed planning. I think we really need to be proactive on the health of our lakes, not reactive or remedial, which we know can be more costly, but also environmentally destructive. You mentioned the Sackville watershed study. I'm wondering what other watershed studies are happening right now, and how does this fit into our suburban and rural plans? Like where are we with that? And the last piece is about affordable housing. We noted one of the actions we did was create the affordable housing stream through our surplus land categories. And I'm just wondering, have we identified in our surplus land opportunities for affordable housing projects? I think it's really important. We've done a lot of work on this. We've been talking about affordable housing fund in the center, but I think it's greatly important that we continue to really push forward on initiatives that support the development of affordable housing. And I'm just wondering if you can speak to that a little bit too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll run through those. So regional plan review, we do believe that we have in-house resources to be able to advance that work. As package B comes to an end, the idea is that team would then, help support the regional plan work. We may need additional resources. We will look at that. But then there would also be some contracting work that we would be doing, right? Some studies to support that work. So we believe with the team we have versus, and also folding in that, the package B efforts and maybe some reassignments that we can provide the critical mass there for that. Water monitoring and watershed planning. I mean, in terms of watershed planning, the regional plan requires that the very first thing you do before you bring a new area in for development is to do that watershed planning, to understand the capacity on a watershed basis, right? So that is how new communities start, right? By doing that watershed planning. Yeah, I hear you on the as of right stuff, building out to old plans, but building out to old plans is what we're able to do now, right? So we've set standards. Developers are expected, or landowners are expected to rely on those standards and permissions to be able to plan their work. So for files that are already in the door, they've made their investments, they've made those decisions. We simply need to be able to move those along. Obviously, applying the rules and regulations, as best we can, sensitively. We don't want to create mistakes that you have to fix later. But it is a case of you've got to operate the plan you have and not operate a plan you don't have or wish for in the future. Right. So there's that. And affordable housing. So that stream was simply, added to as a category for surplus land last year. So as surplus lands come to market, there's a technical team that looks at them and identifies which lands are suitable for affordable housing. And our staff get involved in that process. Our housing staff get involved in that process and make some recommendations relative to which category surplus land should fall in. And then ultimately that comes to council for your decision relative to categorizing those lands.
Great. And have we looked at those lands at all?
Patty, if I may, you are past 5 minutes. Would you mind coming back?
I will come back. Thank you, Paul.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll extend my thanks to you, Kelly, and the team. When I see you, I see the army of what I feel like an extension of my family of staff behind you, because I feel like I'm always talking to them and getting support from them. And they're, as mentioned, they're always there to in the time of need. And I will always appreciate that and everything you and your team do. So I'll ask a couple quick questions. Some of them have already been asked. One at the end, I'll get you to do this at the end. I think it might be good for a quick little affordable housing grant 101 for the new councils. I think we've already done that as our introduction, but it might be good now that we're talking about the implementation of it, how the province gave us the legislative change to do the regional center, to collect money within the regional center for affordable housing, and how we came to the grant, and et cetera, et cetera. I think just a quick little background might be good, because we want this to be within all of HRM, but what we were given was this is the change that we have now, and we're trying to work towards making sure it gets out. So I just wonder if you can just talk a little bit about that, just so folks understand that we wanted to see within all of HRM, but we were only able to do what was given. I'm excited about the Just Food Action Plan. I know this came from a lot of work that was done with the Halifax Food Policy Alliance and many other folks. So just wondering, and the work is starting soon, is there a rough timeline on when you think that work will be complete? And again, rough timeline. Any new updates on inclusionary zoning with the province? I know that Senate Plan Package B staff have been raising that when they spoke to the province around the affordable housing piece. So I'm just wondering if there's any update on that. I'll support the positions when they come forward. The only other question I have, and I asked this in other budgets, but now we're seeing it in practice. Now that we have Senate Plan Package A in effect, and we have development officers who are approving projects, and as of right, with the regulations that we approve a Senate Plan, we're seeing two things. One, we're seeing appeals, a lot of appeals come through, and most times the concerns are related to things outside of the actual application, which is, staffing resources on that are heavy. So we might see more of that. And I know that Senate Plan Package B, there might be some changes to that. So I'm wondering if you can speak on that a little bit. And the other piece is, I'm wondering with that development officers, and if we're looking at hiring more, has there ever been the thought of looking at getting people who have experience within, you know, architecture or outside of planning, and maybe some of them already have that and we have them on board. But now that we're going to be relying more on development officers to approve these projects and look at, you know, the plans and et cetera, do we have the expertise in-house that will be able to look at those projects in a holistic way, since they'll be approving them. So that's it for me for now, and I'll come back when the time comes. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of affordable housing, yeah, what we're talking about is its use of the density bonusing. And we're only, you know, relative to provincial permissions, we're only allowed to use a density bonusing for affordable housing in the regional center. So that's it. You know, we've asked the province for legislative change so we can use density bonusing elsewhere, but right now we're restricted. So that's really what we're talking about. But the idea would be to expand that program across the region, and we have that ask into the province. We've had it in for quite some time now, right, to be able to do that. So that's the quick Reader's Digest on that. Just Food timeline, yes, the next stages are consultation, and we're organizing that work now. So I think consultation will continue into the fall, and the idea is that we would bring that plan back, you know, early 2020 for council to look at, right? So there's a lot of engagement to be done, but those are the rough timeframes for that. Inclusionary zoning, again, we've asked the province for that permission, and I believe those are active conversations happening at that level, but I can't speak to it any more clearly, you know, or any more definitively, I guess, in terms of a time frame, right? So some folks on this call may know more than I do on that front, to be quite honest with you, but I don't. Appeals under Package B, yes, we've talked about the fact that development officers, you know, would issue are responsible for the process, but then, you know, the community can issue appeals or can lodge appeals, but the appeals don't necessarily relate to the items that are, you know, that are appealable, right? So we are looking at potentially streamlining that through the Package A process into a more as of right situation, right? So that you're not appeals aren't coming to you that have no purpose, right, if you will, because they're outside of the things that can be appealed. And with respect to the development officers, we haven't had a specific conversation about that, but I can tell you that, you know, staff do collaborate on projects, right? So we're always looking to build capacity in you know, design and architectural you know, expertise, right, relative to looking at projects and determining them. But the development officer's work is really about, you know, looking at the bylaw and determining whether or not a project meets the bylaw. So it's about clarity in that bylaw rather than providing a particular expertise to provide any sort of judgment call on it, if you will.
Right, thank you. And I'll just close really quickly. I know what I hear from some of the folks in the industry is that we're relying on the design manual. There was a piece where our development officers are kind of being asked to look at it through that lens. So it might be a conversation to have when you start to speak to industry of, you know, what do you think about this? So thank you, Chair, and thank you, Kelly.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to the Old County girl. Hello from the Old County boy here. Anyway, I agree with you. I can't wait. We put the center plan behind us once and for all and get on to the other areas of HRM, because we're done with the core. Now we need to do with the outer reaches, and that's, you know, the suburban and rural areas of Halifax. I'd like to know, in regards to the rural planning, land use planning, you're hoping to have some discussion on. Can we get an update from the rural planning team on how many active applications you have or issues you're having with rural planning applications, the magnitude of them, and maybe what areas, you know, are they the Eastern Shore or the Muscovy Valley, or are they in the South Shore, West Shore areas? So I'd like to have an idea of the distribution of those. Also, when we're going forward with the regional plan review, just like to get a better handle on what the schedule will be or what kind of summary things we're going to be looking at, because I really believe we need to get rid of that private road ban in rural Halifax. That's been stagnating rural development. The recreational use of vacant lots. We just recently heard about RVs and sea cans and powered sheds want to be used on recreational lots, but they're not allowed with some of the zoning issues. And with the pandemic situation, we have a lot of people wanting to use these recreational lots for their leisure and isolation, but they're not allowed. And that seems bizarre, especially for rural Halifax areas. And also, I haven't heard anything lately on houseboats or floating homes. Are we getting any traction with the province at all in this matter? And if not, why not? And looking forward to some discussions with the regional plan review, the Westfall secondary planning process, and the need to extend the sewer down Main Street Highway number 7 from where it currently is at Montague Road down to at least Cherrybrook Road, and capture both sides of the highway along Main Street for potential better commercial development than it has been, because that area of Westfall and Lake Loon and Cherrybrook has been seeking potential development along that Main Street corridor, but it's been prohibited because of the restriction of where the sewer service boundary is. So hopefully the regional plan review will look at extending that serviceable boundary. Also, I'm hoping that when we do the regional plan review, we'll be reevaluating lot sizes. I think our lot sizes are antiquated data we've used in the past from basically when we used to have the Board of Health doing the septic field design, the Department of Environment then did basic lot sizes, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 30,000 square foot lots. It should all be based on science, and that is the soil conditions and the percolability of those soil conditions, and let the septic field design dictate the size of the minimum lot size. So I think that we need to reevaluate our lot size criteria. Also looking forward to the mobile home park and land use communities bylaw amendments coming forward. I think it's scheduled for July the 12th. I think it's on the schedule for that. But I had 3 of them in my particular district: Sheet Harbor, Porter's Lake, and Lake Echo. I'd like to hear more of that. And can't wait for that chicken report to come back. Egg laying, we just finished the Easter season, and I think it's on the schedule for May 18th, but also on May 18th is the Muscataba Harbor Community Master Plan. Those things are critical to advance those community projects and aspirations to develop a community. I'd like to know where that is. That still on track to come forward? What will be the next steps in that report? And last but not least, I'll show you a little picture here. Let me just get here.
I don't believe we are able to share our screens.
No, it's my backdrop. You just watch.
Ah, there we go.
This past weekend, that's the Turner property at the corner of Lake Major Road, the proposed realignment of Rosh Road. The buildings have now been demolished by the new owner, Cal Developments. I'm hoping that our strategic people are on board with this realignment. I don't know what the status of this road realignment is. I've been getting a lot of buzz this weekend from the people from Lawrencetown to the Eastern Shore, wanting to know when's the road going through. And as I said, this is the 4th owner we've been dealing with on the property. We finally have some movement and progress moving forward. This needs to be achieved sooner the better. It's been long talked about. This is one of those critical roads that need to be straightened for realignment and get constructed ASAP for the safety of everybody traveling the Eastern Shore corridor. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Nenty.
Do I have? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, rural team update on active files. That's a level of detail I don't have, but we can certainly, I think probably the best thing is, we should have a meeting and kind of sit down and walk through this, right? So in terms of the distribution of files, that's a thing that I don't have access to. And Steve might be able to jump in, but we can talk about the individual files and kind of the larger projects that we're working on. Regional plan review, thank you for the feedback. I mean, the next step is to come forward with the themes and directions report, and that will guide, kind of our involvement or our direction relative to where we go. So as you mentioned, any expansions to service boundaries are part of that relative to your idea for Westfall. Let's see, lot sizes again, right? Provincial standards that play there, but yes, all part of kind of regional planning. And chickens in Muscataba Harbor, sure, we've got those dates in report center, but I need to dig in on that. That Muscataba Harbor report is actually quite near. So there's been other priorities that have kind of moved that to the side. So I want to bring that one back sooner rather than later, no question. And Ross Road, yeah, I believe that's an active conversation with our real estate folks, right, relative to looking at that site and acquisition in that area. So generally, those are some thoughts relative to your comments.
And nothing about houseboats yet?
I don't have any comments on houseboats yet. No, we do have that report in the system, and I know it's been moved out a little bit, but I can't speak to it with any certainty at this point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have other speakers on the list who would be speaking a second time, so I would like to take this opportunity to speak. Councillor Daigle Gammon has asked to come after I speak, so might be before lunch, might be afterwards, we aren't sure. We have had a situation in Lower Sackville, and everybody that I've spoken to since I've become councillor knows about it. And I'm wondering if the clerk could put up the slide deck that I had sent a little bit earlier today. Thank you very much. This is First Lake, and this is a picture that was taken this morning. This is the beach at First Lake, which is at the northwest corner of the lake, and this is where everybody really enjoys going for a swim. One of the challenges is it used to have lifeguards. It no longer has lifeguards because it has had an E. coli problem for a lot of years. And that problem has meant that the lifeguards were basically telling people that they couldn't swim because the lake was closed for most of the season. So what happened is, because the lifeguards were pulled, there was testing being done, and the testing, there would be signs erected saying the lake is closed or the lake is open, and when there was a sign, people knew that the lake was closed, and they wouldn't swim there. When there was no sign there, the lake was open. That testing identified that there was a problem, but it didn't move ahead with what the problem was. In 2020, next slide, please. The lake was simply closed for the entire season. And we had the sign erected letting people know that the lake is not being tested. Once again, it is not moving the problem forward. This is a problem that has been going on for some 30 years. Next slide, please. And this is a newspaper article talking about the First Lake challenges going back. This is dated 1990. And the main person who is doing the speaking here was Shalom Mandeville, who made the presentation earlier this morning. We didn't coordinate this. I didn't know that he would be speaking, but I felt that this would be helpful to establish some degree of timeline. What I would like to do is get the lake tested. So it has had an E. coli problem. We've known about it for 30 years. And I would like to identify what the problem is, not just that there is a problem. I've identified 5 portions in the lake. Next slide, please. And these 5 portions of the lake are strategic for helping us to be able to identify what the problem is and where it might be coming from. So if we start from the one on the bottom left, it says runoff by Glendale. This is, there's a major culvert coming down from the bottom of Pine Hill Drive across Glendale Drive and into the lake. This would be introducing stormwater. And as we heard a while ago, Halifax Water cares about the capacity of the stormwater, but there isn't something dealing with the quality of it. So this is raw stormwater coming into the lake. The next one right above that is the Sackville Sports Stadium. This would be testing there to make sure that water is clear, so that people who are using the sports stadium, if there was some programming that involved the lake, that could be done there. The one at the top left is the beach that I showed you earlier. And a number of things happen here. There's the beach, there's some Halifax Water, stormwater, and wastewater infrastructure. This is a shallow portion of the lake. A lot of ducks gather here, and there is a stream that comes in from the community. So this is likely where the problem is, but we don't know that for sure. And the test that I'm going to be asking for would, and I apologize, I should have said that I'm stepping down from the chair to make this and ask the vice chair to step into the chair. I'm timing myself and I have a minute and a half left. And so this is where the main problem is. The next pin to the right that says Sakawa is the Sakawa Canoe Club. They have routinely done their own testing and have, and it's always come back clear. And this is not that far away from the beach. And we have a lot of kids who use the lake and they're perfectly comfortable using the lake there. the problem is just at the beach. And the fifth place that I'd like it tested is where the water exits the lake. This is on the far right. The street that it goes onto is Sucker Brook. And this just make sure that we capture anything that hadn't already been captured. Next slide, please. So with that, I would like to move that the Budget Committee request a briefing note detailing the measures and implications for including $150,000 in one-time funding for costs associated with a report on E. coli microbial analysis for First Lake within the proposed 2021-22 planning and development budget to be considered in the parking lot as an operating over budget option.
Second.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I am right about at 5 minutes. So thank you very much. And there's the motion and there's the background.
And our first speaker to the motion is Sean Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Councillor Russell. So I guess my first question, and you may have to come back at some point to answer this, since this is not staff generated, I'm not sure about the numbers, where they come from, if that's feasible. Typically, these kind of things would be done by a staff report, which would then come with a recommendation and a cost associated with it that we could incorporate into the budget. So it's one of these kind of awkward ones. I'm wondering, I don't know if staff can speak to this in terms of whether they are aware of these numbers, comfortable with the numbers, whether they are familiar with the situation, and if this is something that is feasible for this year, because I'm thinking there would have to be some sort of scoping done in terms of, what areas. I don't know what information has been put in the recent past. Due respect to Mr. Mandeville and his frequent presentations to the Environment Committee and Council. But I'm not sure if 1990 newspaper article is equivalent to a staff report. So I guess I'll leave those questions there. And I see Mr. Dubé, his face just popped up, and I love those glasses. So maybe the CAO is a good person. I'll defer obviously to Madam Vice Chair, but it'd be great to get a little bit more information in this than just kind of sticking what appears to be kind of a made-up number in our budget for the current year. By the way, I support the idea. I just don't know if this is the process and the timing to do it.
Mr. Dubé, do you have a response there?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I guess what I would say to this is that this, I think it's an appropriate motion. Council wishes to adopt it, simply puts it in the parking lot, and like any other matter associated with parking lot, Kelly and her team will then prepare a briefing note against that and likely be able to say whether the quantum, the dollar amount that's being proposed in the motion is adequate or not, and whether or not they can, what timing they would see to be realistic in terms of getting such work done. So that'll be my comments. I don't know if Kelly wants to add anything more to that.
Ms. Denty.
My apologies. Somebody just walked into the room, so you might hear them. So in terms of the dollar value, we have been speaking with the councillor, and it's kind of a rough ballpark relative to what we expect this kind of study to take into account based on other studies we've done recently for Lake Binook and Lake Micmac. So we think the value is probably reasonable, and we do think that we could have staff manage that kind of contract. But yeah, a briefing note would flesh that out.
Awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. And I just wanted to speak on this as well. Having been on this exact situation that Councillor Russell finds himself in with First Lake, with Lake Binook, Lake Micmac. We had a real spike in closure days at Binook and Micmac 3-4 years ago, and that was primarily because of E. coli, very much what First Lake's dealing with. And then we, of course, we did our study and sorted out sources on it. Along the way, we had to pivot real quick on that one because and I think it's probably as much it's nutrient loading, and also it's the impacts of climate change. We're seeing blue-green algae popping up in Banook and Micmac in a way that had never existed prior. So that study, as I recall, I mean, it came about because I made the motion that we weren't at budget time. It was at the end of the summer season after having yet another terrible year on Banook that I made the motion, and then it came back in the budget as an extra, and I think the figure was 150,000. So this would be right in that ballpark, and arguably, maybe it's slightly less because there's First Lake's a smaller lake than Banook Micmac put together. I don't know. I suspect the dollar figure here is fine. The big challenge would be whether or not we could get the work done and out, because you want to be out there doing the sampling in the summer season. You don't want to be sampling through the winter or the fall. You want to actually do it during those peak recreation months and when the heat's on, when the lake is seeing its most stress. So that would be the only thing that I think we would want to make sure we clarify in a briefing note, is that the work is in fact deliverable with the resources we had, because there's less of a lead time right now between adding this to the budget and then there was with the Banook Micmac piece. But I fully support this, and I think it goes to we're coming back with a more general sampling program that's going to do a whole bunch of lakes. But if you were separating out lakes to which ones are in the most trouble right now, First Lake and Sackville would be near the very top of that list. So I think this would be work that will be well worth the value. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Councillor Austin alluded to our lakes and our neighboring districts, Banook and Micmac. So I support this. The challenge we have here in the municipality is, yes, that we monitor, we identify the issue, then what? So how do we fix it? So there's the big question. And so, I just state that I'm not expecting someone to give us an answer today. It's just that, and the argument is not our responsibility. I mean, we used to do monitoring of lakes and all the time, and then a former CAO cut it from it, and we were able to get that back with one of my motions. But there's the big question. So we identify where the problem's coming from, and then how do we fix that? So anyhow, I just want to state that I support this motion. We have issues with lakes. We can't wait for the province to fix it, because they won't. But then what do we do once we identify what the source of the problem is? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Russell, would you like to close?
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for Councillors Cleary, Austin, and Mancini. You all make excellent points. Councillor Cleary, the finances were based on the report that Councillor Austin had done for Lakes Banook and Micmac. The budget for that amount was $150,000, and the actual expense came in at, I think, less than $100,000. So this is just making sure that there is that it covers the entire cost. As far as the timing goes, I have been working with the Friends of First Lake Society, and they will be doing testing, both the standard lake water quality testing and E. coli counts. And so we would be able to hopefully coordinate the testing when we know that the lake is going to be bad. So that should produce the best results. And what happens after we know what the problem is? Well, hopefully we would be able to move ahead and do something about that. I would much rather know what the problem is and try and fix it, instead of a number of people have suggested solutions in the past, from aeration to wildlife control, to stormwater control, to all sorts of different things. And I don't want to have that type of expense without knowing what the problem is. So although we don't know how we will fix it yet, we at least need to know what type of problem we're fixing. So I would simply look for your support in this $150,000 to try and help out the lake. And hopefully that will give us the results that we need to be able to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. There are no further questions. So I should read the motion, I would think, and then ask for the vote from the clerk. The motion is that the Budget Committee request a briefing note detailing the measures and implications for including $150,000 in one-time funding for costs associated with report on E. coli microbial analysis for First Lake within the proposed 2021-22 planning and development budget to be considered in the parking lot as an over budget option.
Question?
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Clerk.
Beginning with District 4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
And Mayor Savage.
In favor?
Thank you. That motion has been carried. And Councillor Russell, you can resume the chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Daigle Gammon. I appreciate you stepping in for that. At this point, it is just a few minutes before 12. It would be appropriate, I think, for us to take a break and resume at 1 p.m. So look forward to a good lunch. Hope everybody else has a good lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1 p.m. Thank you.
As a reminder, we will be shutting your mics and your cameras off. Please return to this meeting link when you come back from the break at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It looks like we have most people back in attendance. We will be unmuting your microphones and turning on your cameras and turning it over to you, Chair Russell, to start the meeting. On your go.
Thank you very much, Ian. It is just about 1 o'clock. Let's wait for another minute.
Wait, I had to take a second look. I thought maybe that was your dad sitting there. I didn't look close. I was like, is that him?
Just as a reminder for councillors, we are broadcasting this live.
Well, in that case, there's nothing wrong with looking like my dad.
Exactly. That's
Just in
exactly what
case.
I was just going to say. I bet he's a good looking man.
He got kicked out of the house again.
My mom thinks so.
Way did? Councillor Daigle Gammon, are you with us?
I am.
You are with us. Ian, let's resume, please. Thank you very much. And I just saw a glimpse of Way, and I see why people were commenting. That is fantastic, being able to be out on the back porch today. It looks like a great day out there. I'm obviously on the shores of First Lake. Councillor Daigle Gammon, let's resume with you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'll have to say I'm a little green with envy. If I had better internet out here, I'd be able to be out on my deck as well. So as soon as we get that fixed up, we'll be all good. So I just want to say, Kelly Dentis, thank you so much to you and your team. I think as a new counselor, the education and the support that I've gotten from them has been just incredible. And as someone else has said, it's been evenings, it's been weekends. It feels like there isn't a clock that anybody abides by. They are so responsive to my questions. I really appreciate it. And I do, from a rural point of view, need to say that in terms of rural planning office, the education and support I get from Thea Langell and the team is just amazing. And I think Councillor Hensby asked how many applications are in rural. I think District 1 has about 8, Councillor Hensby, one of which is a very contentious one, and it's around the mobile home park, where 500 mobile homes potentially could go in. So my question on that is, with the bylaw review, should that development agreement get approved and it's phased in, and changes that are positive, will they be then applied to any new phase development that goes forward? Or is the current development agreement, should that happen, do they then stay with those old rules, even though there is potential for things to change and improve upon that kind of an environment? And as Lisa Blackburn said, or Councillor Blackburn, if there's a working group, sign me up. I'd be there too. And my fourth point is around the chickens report. So being a suburban rural councillor, the issue of chickens has consumed the first 3 months of my emails, I would say. And people are really disappointed and significantly frustrated about the delay in the report, people being fined, people having to relocate when it looks like a report might make a difference to those kinds of things. And they really don't understand why in downtown you can have chickens and out here you can't. So, and there's confusion about where you can have them and where you can't. And there is no place on the website to go to find out, to say, here's my address, am I allowed or am I not? So it would be really nice if we could make easy access to that kind of information for people. And please, please, please have that report in May. That would be really helpful. Another concern has been around light pollution, and lots of questions around light pollution. So I have a question about that. And when we talked about the new compliance officers, there has been a significant issue around dog control, all of those kinds of things. And there's been a lot of questions from my residents around what is the credentials and the training of compliance officers when it respects to dogs off leash, dog behavior, all of that kind of stuff. And so if there's a specialty for that, that would be amazing. And again, if there was a place where our residents could go to the website and say, okay, this is the credentials, this is the training, right? Just more information would be very helpful. So those were my questions. Thank you very much for everything that you do.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you folks hear me? I knew it said there was trouble with my mic, so.
Yes, we can.
Okay,
You're-
wonderful,
Yep.
thank you. I'm going to have to take that mobile home park question away simply because it depends on the actual wording of the agreement. Now, knowing that this year is about looking at enforcement inside the existing legislation, I would expect that any amendments probably wouldn't apply. However, it wouldn't be unusual for general applications to apply as they evolve over time. So it could be either way. So I'm gonna have to get back to you on that one because I don't want to reassure you one way or the other. Chickens, they tell me it's coming in May. You know, I've been dealing with chickens. I know it's 3 months for you. And I don't want to say it because it's going to sound like a failure, but it's been years for us. So we like to get rid of the chickens too. So definitely try to get that out of the way and create some clarity around that. Dog control and off leash. I mean, yes, there's some specialty training that is done for animal control that happens for our compliance officers. Again, I can't speak to that in great detail. Whether or not we kind of post that information on the website, I'm not quite sure what that would be for, other than to say we have a team who's dedicated, or not dedicated, but who is capable of doing that, and who to contact to respond to dog complaints, I think is more important, right? And where off leash and on leash are permitted, and making those things clearer. I think there's potentially room for improvement there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're good? Okay, thank you. Councillor Kent, your second time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to throw out a bunch of questions and try to keep ahead of this a little bit and use my 3 minutes wisely. So the lake health, the water quality, I'm hoping that you can confirm that there will be some energy around the Morris Russell Lake area. There's a lot happening in that area. I just want to throw that out there. Strategic corridors. On your slide, it showed Eisner for the Portland Street Functional Plan, Eisner to Gaston Road. I was under the impression that that also carried out into Cole Harbor. Are you identifying that is a area that will be covered in this budget, or could that be wrong, or could I be wrong? So we'll get clarification on that. Chicken's important to me as early as today. I just want to reiterate or clarify my sort of position when I first opened up around planning and development. I literally started on the project that's cumbersome in District 3 at 7 o'clock this morning. So it's been, excuse me, it's first and foremost on my mind, and still lots going on there. Obviously the Mount Hope and corridor and the urban rural planning. I want to focus on that just a smidgen more. So we're looking at some suburban and rural planning time. What I'm wondering about is timelines. On that rural planning program implementation. I'm really looking forward to that. There are some parcels and areas out in the District 3 that could potentially be opportunities, especially that would be very, very enticing, I think, for the municipality in the way of capital cost contributions to a Mount Hope and Cowell Road connector road. So I'm looking forward to having some more dialogue on that. I just want to make sure, am I thinking that this plan or this exercise that we might go through would capture some of those kinds of things? I see a chickens up there. The other part is, I'm looking at your page in the report, page 15, regional plan target. Give you a second just to get there. What I want to be very clear about is that you're talking about publishing the themes and directions report in the spring of 2021. So we're approaching the spring. Then the next thing is preparing a draft regional plan for internal review and feedback in the fall of 2021. So the gap in between there, is that the public engagement? Is that the time when everybody's going to have a chance to weigh in? How are we possibly going to fit all the areas that are in the suburban rural areas in a large scale review that I understood would be coming to our communities? Maybe I'm misinterpreting it. So I'd like some clarification on that. I think I'm probably running out of time. Am I, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you have 8 seconds left.
Yeah, so it's, yeah, just need clarity on what can we expect in our communities around that second layer that puts to bed some of the things that are problematic in our outlying areas outside the center plan, and clarification on that particular target.
Okay, thank you. Lake Health, Morris Russell Lake, I mean, the water quality monitoring report is going to come forward for you to take a look at. There are 74 lakes in there. I have not committed the lakes to memory, but I would be surprised if Morris and Russell aren't in there, you know, in terms of monitoring. So let's put a pin by that one and confirm that. The strategic corridors, you're right. It does say Portland to Eisner, but I mean, I know the work is broader than that. So maybe I can get Peter to just chime in on that specifically relative to what we're talking about there, because it could be a little bit of a bit more detailed work in that area rather than that broader functional plan. But I'll get him to speak on that. And then urban and rural planning and timelines in the regional plan. So what we're talking about in this in that page of the report is that, you know, we're going to come to you for clear confirmation of the themes and directions to make sure that we've got, you know, the points correct in terms of the areas we're going to delve into. We're going to go away and kind of, you know, put some flesh on the bones of that, and then go out and do some engagement. That engagement will happen, you know, in the fall, right? So that's going to happen spring, summer, fall kind of thing. And then we would take that feedback and then bundle that back up to you and bring that, you know, back in 2022. So this year is about organizing it, making sure that we're on track with the right themes and directions, and then doing some engagement on that broadly.
Okay, that makes sense for what in my head was originally it sort of conveyed as a 2-year plan, probably 2 years out. Well, that makes sense to me. That great. I look forward to that.
Okay, thank you.
And is someone going to offer something on the Eisner to Gaston, or is that later?
Well,
They can just follow up.
we can get Peter. There he is.
Yes, I can offer something on that. Can everybody hear me okay this time? How's the sound quality?
It's still low, but you're coming through clearly.
Okay, I will try to speak up briefly. Then the work from, or what's on the slide, is the work that's intended to be finished this year in 2021, which is the functional design to be finished between Gaston and Eisner. The extent of the full functional plan, you're right, will be carried out over several years. I have to get back to you on the actual extent, but it does go almost the entire extent of Portland Street.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I have lots more I can offer, but
You are welcome to come back. Councillor Mason.
All right. Only problem with being on the back deck, of course, is that now the screen's only this big, but made it through. So I don't have any further questions, as they've all been covered by other councillors, and it's been a great debate so far. And I think there's a lot more alignment on planning issues than you know, perhaps is immediately evident post-election. So that's all great to hear. I am, however, going to put and I'm going to test council on 2 motions to add the overs to the budget. I'll do the Heritage Conservation District ones separately, because I think that could be a one-time shot. We could use gas tax or surplus or one of those things, and then we can debate it again next year. But the and then I'm going to move another motion, and I'll move the jobs as a bundle for the parking lot, because those would be ongoing, and that would potentially have a tax base increase. So I move that we add the increased Heritage Conservation District grant funding for $250,000 to the parking lot.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that, please? Great. Who was that? I'm sorry. Which councillor?
Sorry,
Second.
So it was Lisa.
Councillor Blackburn. Beautiful. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
Question. I mean, I could go on and on and on, but it's like, I think we should put it in the parking lot. We have a lot of potential funding sources coming toward us right now that we can, especially for one-time things. I feel like this is actually the less controversial of the two, and Councillor and Ms. Denty's already spoken to it. So, you know, I have nothing further.
And if there is nothing else, if there are any further speakers to this, please indicate that in the chat. But I don't see any. Councillor Mason has called for the question. call the question before anyone buzzes in. Yes, that's it. That works. So over to the clerk to go through the roll, please. And the motion is in the chat. I'm actually just going to read it, Ian, before you do, if you don't mind. And it is that Budget Committee request a briefing note detailing the measures and implications for including $250,000 in ongoing funding for costs associated with increasing Heritage Conservation District's grant funding within the proposed 2021-22 planning and development budget to be considered in the parking lot as an operating over budget option. Over to you, Ian.
Beginning with District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
Super. Thank you very much. That motion passes. I'm going to hand it over to Councillor Morse.
I don't believe voting counts for your time, Mr. Chair.
No, but
You guys still have some time left.
You had about 20 seconds left. Go ahead. Sorry.
I
had
move-
stopped the clock because I had assumed that it would reset.
I move that $805,300 be worth of for the 10 positions outlined in the over budget section of the planning and development report be sent to the parking lot for a briefing note.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Are there any speakers to this? And to the clerk, can we please see the motion?
Give him a minute to edit it up since I pushed them all together. I will point out, Mr. Chair, also that the actual Mason Gambit is to speak for 5 minutes, in the last 30 seconds, make a motion. And then because a new motion's on the floor, you get a new 5 minutes.
Yes, exactly.
So here we are. I can talk like this for another 4 minutes. But, I think, my argument here, which we've heard from Ms. Denty and from Jacques, from Mr. Dubé, is simply that as we grow and if we expect more faster results as we have more and more applications coming in, we need more staff, we need more capacity. We'll hear more about that in the second presentation. So I ask for council support.
Thank you. Are there any speakers to Councillor Mason's motion?
Can we see the motion, please?
It's on its way.
So to confirm, Councillor Mason, you are looking to add all of the staffing positions. So that is 3 planner 1, 3 assistant building officials, 3 compliance officer 1s, and a senior program engineer?
Yes.
Just give us 2 seconds and we'll post that in the chat.
Okay, that turns into for a budget impact of
about $850,000.
Yeah, $805,300.
I had the 5 in the wrong place.
Pretty good for a
Thank you.
On the fly. I had to look it up. I had to go use a calculator.
I took 1.055 million and subtracted 250,000.
Yep.
We have the motion in the chat that says that Budget Committee request a briefing note detailing the measures and implications for including 1, $241,800 in ongoing funding for costs associated with adding 3 Planner 1 positions within the proposed 2021-22 planning and development budget to be considered in the parking lot as an operating over budget option. 2, $227,400 in ongoing funding for costs associated with adding 3 assistant building officials positions within the proposed 2021-22 planning and development budget to be considered in the parking lot as an operating over budget option. 3, $227,400 in ongoing funding for costs associated with adding 3 compliance officer 1 positions within the proposed 2020-21 planning and development budget to be considered in the parking lot as an operating over budget option, and 4, $108,700 in ongoing funding for costs associated with adding a senior program engineer position within the proposed 2021-22 planning and development budget to be considered in the parking lot as an operating over budget option. So that is the full motion. If anybody
Mr. Chair,
would like
just
to,
quickly, Mr. Chair, just quickly, it's Tim.
was there an error in the motion, or would you like to speak to it?
I wanted to speak just quickly. We're putting this in.
We
the
do
parking-
have
listen,
other people in the chat. So if you could.
Oh, go ahead. I didn't see it. Go ahead. That's
Okay,
fine.
thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question to Ms. Denty about the compliance officer 1. If I'm not mistaken, and perhaps I am, but for a compliance officer 1, would they also have the power to give out parking tickets? I'm just wondering about doubling up on the horsepower. If we're hiring more people, could they, visit a construction site? Could they, give an unsightly premises visit? And could they also write a parking ticket?
So it's definitely in the job description, understanding that parking is done through Transportation and Public Works. And in fact, the parking enforcement officers right now, I believe, are doing some of this curbside solid waste. So the idea would be to relieve them of that duty and put it in-house in P&D, but it's an all-encompassing job description.
Yeah, the reason I ask is I'm just wondering, as we beef up the compliance officer stable, if you will, if we have a week where we don't have a whole lot of garbage, but we have a whole lot of parking problems, we could just quickly run out and throw a few more tickets around there as well. So yeah, I'm definitely supportive of all of these. I think over the last number of years, I have certainly seen the workload increase, and I have seen our staff working harder and harder, doing more and more, but at the same time getting further and further behind just because the workload keeps increasing. So I think these are all justified, and looking forward to those briefing notes when they come back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want clarification on what we're looking at. So I'm on page 6 of the report, and I see your operating summary of changes. Proposed budgets is Ways Motion over and above those that you're listing? So you're adding, so just for clarification again, Kelly, you've already included in your budget some increase in staff. And what would that number be, and what is Ways number total number?
So the increase in staff is, I think, about, gosh, 1.83 million, I think, based on 13 positions.
Yeah,
Oh, I did well there, going from memory. So those are already baked into our base budget, and then these are options for over, right? So over and above that through the ballot conversation. So about $1 million for the 11 staff that we've got mentioned here, or 10 staff we've mentioned here.
Yeah. And is that just you making an arbitrary decision, or is that I missed that somewhere in this mirage of paperwork on my desk? Is that an ask from you, Kelly?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's on the over slide of the presentation.
Okay, I don't have the slide up. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a question of process there. Every year we add things to the parking lot. This year we seem to be prefacing them a lot with requesting a briefing note as well. My thought on this was, we've had Kelly's presentation, just a question of process. We've had Kelly's presentation, and we know we're going to have a second presentation shortly on how where these folks will be used and how they'll be funded. Do we need a briefing note as part of this? Are we not just moving to put this into the parking lot and not creating another report or a briefing note for staff to write? I wouldn't mind somebody's just feedback on that I think we're getting a little briefing note trigger happy here when really we're just moving this into the parking lot. But just James popping up there, maybe she has a thought. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
Chair. Through you to the councillor. So the process is if you want more information on the item that is going to the parking lot, then there is a request for a briefing note to add a little bit more detail around what the specifics are to help with the decision. Some of the items are fairly clear cut and there isn't a request for a briefing note. They just get moved to the parking lot, and then there is the debate occurs when we do the BAL presentation. For ones that are ongoing and are being added to the base budget, there would be typically there is a bit more due diligence around it, if you will, and would be more in the form of what you would expect to have for a supplementary report in front of council, as an example. So it really is up to committee's decision whether they're happy with the information that's been provided by Kelly or Ms. Denty, or if they would prefer to have a bit more information in order to be able to base their decision.
Okay, thanks. I'm not opposed to briefing notes. I just didn't know. It seems everything we're sending now needs a briefing note, where I think between Kelly's presentation, what's coming, we might have enough information, but not the hill I'm going to die on. I was just curious.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I see Mr. Traves is also available.
Just briefly to add to what Ms. Fraser said, historically, items in the budget adjustment list had a note in terms of implications around it, and somehow this year started around on a motion to sort of add some more formality around that. But if one is not required, then obviously we wouldn't prepare much, if anything, in terms of implications.
Okay, and thank you very much for that. I don't see any further speakers in the chat. If you would like to speak, please indicate that. Otherwise, would Councillor Mason like to call the question?
Question.
Thank you. Over to the clerk, please.
Beginning with District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Voting in favor of the motion?
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Mayor Savage.
I am in favor.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We are back on the main motion. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kelly, and your outstanding team for all the support I've had over the last 5 months. My first 5 months dealing with the complexity that you deal with on a daily basis, and I really appreciate your staff's willingness to support me in many of the projects I've been involved in. I'm really happy to see the focus on water quality, and I'm really happy to see that there will be more staff added to your department. So in terms of my questions, I just wanted to ask about mainly about affordable housing and climate. So I'll just fire off my questions. Just this kind of granular, but what will the new planner positions that are focusing on affordable housing allow you to do that you haven't been able to do so far? How will you resolve the issue of determining who qualifies for affordable housing? Because this seems to come up over and over. And how will you be working on affordable housing in suburban areas given some of the limitations? Then switching over there wasn't much talk about the Green Network Plan, so I'm wondering if you could say a bit more about that and how the Green Network Plan goals may be incorporated into the regional plan. Also, how will the climate goals be reflected in the regional plan? And is there a possibility of revisiting some of the designated growth areas that were designated in prior years? And finally, if we're not on the Community Planning Committee, how do we learn about the themes and directions report when it comes forward? Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. With respect to the new positions on affordable housing, I mean, what we've been doing is so far clearing barriers, right? Clearing policy barriers for affordable housing relative to the things like the backyard suites and tax incentives. The idea is that we would try and stand up more of a program, right? We need to operationalize the grant program that's about to come forward. We also need to be a bit of a navigator with folks seeking out funding through CMHC, for example, right? So there's a number of pieces of work that we just haven't been able to get to or focus on that we can also pick up, surplus lands as well, right? So there's those sorts of things that I see those positions doing, as well as actually developing kind of an HRM housing strategy, right? I mean, I see that coming out of the regional plan, so there'd be policy work to go along with that. So again, I don't have a nuts and bolts concrete plan that I can put in front of you, but we know that we could definitely use more hands to the pump to get those pieces of work that just aren't getting attention right now to get that work done for affordable housing. And we can expect that there's probably going to be some recommendations coming from the provincial commission, right? That will come to bear that we're going to have to manage, right? Rapid housing, for example, there could be another call for rapid housing that we're participating in. So it's those sorts of things that we envision with those positions. And yeah, like I say, in terms of the grant program, that's actually covered in our administrative order for density bonusing. But again, it would be that broader program if we were to extend it to suburban areas, right? So right now it is just a regional center. So these things are kind of work in progress, but we would get there. Usually what we do is we get really good at what we do in one certain area, and then we learn from that and then translate that to other areas, right? Or fix it, as the case may be, if we made mistakes first off. In terms of green network and designated areas and climate change plan, so that is part of the regional plan review. So what we do is we look at, okay, those priority plans made some suggestions for policy, for example. So we would look at the regional plan, determine whether or not there's an alignment or if there's a need to adjust policies. So the green network plan, for example, it would have talked about certain areas for acquisition or corridors to be preserved. Right now at the regional plan level, there isn't necessarily a direct connection to that policy the way we would want it to be. So there could be additional mapping, additional development constraints, things like that would come to bear on individual projects. So it's about making those connections strong and clear. And it's the same sort of thing for designated growth areas. So that is part of the themes and directions report. So again, designated growth areas, do we have the right? Do we need to make changes? One of the things we talk about as staff is making those areas a bit more elastic, right? So we know that if we have those hard boundaries, that gives us certainty, but is there ability to have a little bit of wiggle room in the right areas for the right reasons to, respond to growth pressures like we have now? So that's all, like I say, part of the themes and directions report. I believe that report is going to CPED, but is also coming to regional council, right? So,
great. Fantastic. Thanks very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, second go around here. The affordable housing, just back to affordable housing, and I read the report, and I think it's great that we're looking at that municipal surplus land. I would love to see us really push forward on that and identify some sites that could be used as affordable housing projects, sooner rather than later, just in our continued effort. But one of my big concerns is about the grant, the housing grant program, the $200,000 that's, I think, in the budget, which isn't a lot of money for affordable housing, but it is something, and it's a step in the right direction. I recognize that, but my real concern is its limitations to the regional center, and I'm wondering, how can we quickly expand that? Is there a way to quickly expand that beyond the regional center? I think of areas like Fairview or Spryfield, where there's tremendous development pressure right now, or seeing a lot of growth. And in that, we're missing all these opportunities to, have some affordable housing funding in these neighborhoods where it's greatly needed. Can we find a way of expanding that program? And just another couple questions following up on my previous comments about the water monitoring. And I understand that when we take a new site, watershed mapping is one of the first things we do. But when I look back at kind of, areas that have been developed in the past that were never done with that lens or with that approach, I think there is some critical work that needs to be done around watershed mapping so that we can identify areas that might need protecting or might need some remediation for stormwater management or strategic buffers. So it's not just the new developments, it's also looking at our existing development and how we might be active in better managing our watershed in that regard. And I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit about the budget for food security. And I'm just wondering, I know it talks about, I think I can't find it in the report right now, but I think it talks about an action plan, a draft framework. And I'm just wondering if there's any specific projects this year that are on the radar that you might be able to talk to.
Okay, thank you for that. With respect to the affordable housing, I mean, so it's the case right now that the money has to be used in the area, or granted, I should say, in the area for which it is collected, right? So that is the regional center at this point in time. We would be looking at expanding that program, and staff are looking at kind of what a regional-wide, density bonusing program looks like, right? So more to come on that relative to kind of an overall, housing supply strategy, right? So I can't give you the specifics that you're looking for because that work is still something that we have to formulate and do. Water monitoring and remediation. So the water quality monitoring program would give us some information, right, relative to the lakes that we're monitoring. Then the question becomes, what does remediation look like? I think there's always an assumption that it's the water is in the state it is because of the development that's around it. There could be other sources though too, right? So can't necessarily give you a blanket answer for that, but I think the idea is that we are paying closer attention to the effects of development in our watersheds, right? And the monitoring program provides another layer of protection of that, and also provides an input to the regional plan review and would translate into things that might inform active development applications, right, if you will. And then food security. So that report we had hoped to get to you last week or this week, but didn't actually make the didn't make the deadline. So that'll probably be coming to the next agenda. And that's really about rather than in-kind support, which is what staff has been doing to manage the program so far. It's actually giving some money to grant a executive director type position to oversee kind of all the food action plans that we've got going on, and the mobile food market, right? So there's consultation happening. There are lots of bits and pieces on food, and I think that report, when it comes forward, will help inform that. And other than that, that's about as much detail I can provide on that at this point.
Great, I look forward to the report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to chime in with a little bit of background, having sat on the Community Design Advisory Committee and been involved in all those discussions as this moved along. I get it. We have affordable housing is not an issue that's limited to just the regional center. It's a challenge that exists across the municipality. It's not a good place to be where we have a program that only applies in the regional center. Like, we have to expand that effort out into the suburban areas as well, where we also have pressures. I just want to remind folks though, how we got to this place. It's not because the previous council was in the mindset, well, we only have challenges in the regional center, to heck with Sackville or Spryfield or Cole Harbour. That wasn't it at all. The money that's coming into this is coming directly out of the projects that are built in the regional center. And there was a deliberate, policy decision on that because growth brings challenges in the community. I mean, you don't have to think, the one that comes immediately to mind, which is probably the most extreme example, because it's also mixed up in all sorts of issues of historical racism and everything, is Gottingen Street. You don't want, as we enable new development in the regional center, to turn the regional center into a place where if you're from a marginalized background, if your family hasn't had money, that you literally get priced out of it, that the community becomes much more monolithic. And so, you know, that's where this is coming from in the original policy decision. And so it's kind of a halfway point. I mean, we really need to do that bigger planning exercise out in the suburban areas to do basically center plan for the suburbs. That's really what we need. Suburban growth's not going away. We need to do it sustainably, and that means making sure that we're putting it in the right spaces, that we're creating walkable communities, and that we're going to have the same sort of programming for affordable housing. So I look forward to seeing what Kelly brings forward as a way to get there. One of the things that did come up at Community Design Advisory is right now, it's my understanding, it's a direct A to B from the developers. They pay into the fund, and then we can grant that money out. One of the discussions from community representatives, particularly from developers, was, well, where's your skin in the game, HRM? Shouldn't you be putting some money into this pot too? So that might be the place where there's room to move on this to maybe do something more immediate, is to broaden that program so that we as the municipality are actually putting some more money into it ourselves, maybe matching those dollars. Because right now it literally is, I mean, it gets labeled as our program, but it's basically us with a dedicated tax that then is rededicating this money out. So I just wanted to share that background. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to focus one more time on the affordable housing layer to this. There is definitely ongoing conversations around the density bonusing and the grants programs accessible outside the center plan. And I wasn't necessarily going to go back at this, but I've just received a letter that apparently has come from Minister Porter. It was dated May of 2020. And he's suggesting that the act that was received with royal assent on April 2018, he's saying that this allowed for the use of bonus zoning, density bonusing across the entirety of HRM. Now, he also saying that there's a staff report on this matter. I've actually forwarded this to you, Kelly. So I raise it because did we ever receive the staff report, first of all? And if we could have another look at whatever it was that we did receive on that, it is a concern outside, and I appreciate Councillor Austin's insight into some of the decisions that were made in the past. Nonetheless, we are now here today, and we have projects that are ready to roll, and they're in need of support. So I'm throwing that out there. So the other part of my question is around, do we have any sense of how many projects around affordable housing we have had out of your number that the housing starts at you have the actual for 2020 was 3,440. Do we have information about how many of those were affordable housing units?
Easy answer, no, not today. I'd have to look into that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And relative to the charter, I might need to go back and eat my words. It's hard to keep track of all the legislative changes. And how the ball bounces. So I'll go back and I'll take a look and refresh my memory, if that's fair.
Yeah. Okay, I appreciate that, because I mean it wouldn't be the first minister that maybe got their end wrong. I don't know. I'm not. Don't send me emails, everybody out there, about Minister Porter. We have a good relationship, but. I just think it would be worth knowing that this is out there in the public, and that's where some of the contact that we're receiving, and rightly so, that they're under the impression that we could do it and perhaps choosing not to. I still have a lot of faith that you're hearing us, and that we'll continue to champion on behalf of our constituents and those who are in need of this kind of housing. And we'll just leave it there, but if you could maybe follow up on it, be great.
Be pleased to do that, and I apologize for any confusion.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Outfit, for your second time.
Yeah, just quickly on this, Sam gave a little background there on the affordable housing and why it's on the center plan and why we have the fund, et cetera, et cetera. But I think the big opportunity here, and I think that we will see some progress on this soon, will be inclusionary zoning. Once we get that permission from the province, then what we will be able to do is mandate that every building comes with a certain number of affordable units based on some sort of a formula. We won't have to collect taxes. We won't have to supplement it. It'll be a cost of doing business, if you will, in our municipality that we, and some municipalities have had this for years, that we will be able to ensure that the folks who know how to build buildings and know how to run buildings will include affordable housing in their projects. So I'm hoping and I'm optimistic that that will be coming forward from the province soon. But in the meantime, we've had to do what we could because we hadn't received that permission, and I commend us for doing that. But better days ahead, and I'd say simpler days ahead, if we could just have inclusionary zoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just so to Councillor Kent's question and to Ms. Denty's answer. So back in 2018, the provincial government did repeal Section 31A sub 1 of the HRM Charter, which only allowed us to do density bonusing in the regional center. So once they repealed that, we were allowed to do it everywhere. The issue is not so much that we are not allowed to do it, but you have to have a pre and a post bonus framework in order to give a density bonus. And so for the regional center, because the regional center land use bylaw, at least package A of the bylaw, and the MPS are in place, it allows us to have a framework, and staff have done an amazing job of looking at, okay, so with this volume, this is pre bonus, and then once you go above that, it starts adding up, and then you get there. So in order for the density bonus to be applicable in any other land use bylaw, it has to be written into the MPS and to that land use bylaw, and an analysis has to be done of what's pre-bonus and what's post-bonus. And so it's not as easy as snapping your finger and say, density bonuses, we got them everywhere. You actually have to put them into the land use bylaw. And so Ms. Denty is kind of right and wrong in the sense that we have the authority, but that was 2018. It was only 2.5 years ago. And staff have not been able to get to all of those areas. The only changes we've made so far outside of the regional center recently would be things like backyard and secondary suites, which are now everywhere in the municipality. Looking at things like the Dunbrack Street area, doing a master plan for that area. And so it's piecemeal at this point in time in terms of how we get out there. And Ms. Denty could speak to this. How many land use bylaws and areas do we still have in the municipality? I mean, regional plan simplification and the regional plan review is still dealing with, I forget how many. I remember seeing Jacob Ritchie showed me his shelf one time, and it had like 20 some odd binders on it, and each one was its own plan. So it takes a lot of time to get there. It's not that we don't want to get there. We do want to get there, but it's not in place as a framework yet. And so I just wonder if Ms. Denty could just speak to what would be the process if we wanted to do a density bonus in some of these places or all of these places. Could you bring something very quickly? And my guess is no, but what would be a timeline, and could the regional plan review be the time when those things could be implemented? And at the end of that process, would we have density bonuses everywhere?
Okay, well, thank you for helping with me, helping explain all of that, because it's a couple of pieces happening, right? I mean, the first part is the money collected can only be spent in the from the area which it's collected, right? So speaking of that, it's the regional center. You can't use the money that's collected there and spent elsewhere. So that's one piece. But yes, having a full framework is something that would happen when you develop those extra plans, right? So like we're doing package A, package B, each one would have its own density bonusing program. So as that moves its way out from the regional center, you would see that happen in suburban areas or perhaps rural areas. Could be a flat rate for all I know, kind of thing, right? It might not be density bonusing, it might be called something else. But yeah, it takes work, and I know it is on staff's radar relative to having a region-wide density bonusing program. Again, I don't have those details at my fingertips today, but that is something that we would look to see if we could even put a framework around during the regional plan review. But as Councillor Oath had mentioned, it's really inclusionary zoning that can probably realize some immediate results, right, relative to purpose-built affordable housing in other areas rather than doing it through, say, a density bonusing charge.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Mason.
So to pick up on that, it's almost like we practiced this, Sam and Kelly and Sean and I. Moving to have a density bonusing regime that captures money outside of Halifax regional center is non-trivial. And we've, I certainly talked to Kelly about that about a year and a half ago, I remember, and saying, well, can we make it so there's like a minimum standard and anybody who comes in for a DA or a MPS and there's, has to pay. And there's lots of challenges to that, and it potentially incentivizes bad behavior is one of the things by, like it's complicated. You want to have a deep consultation with the community and establish pre and post density bonus maximums and have that discussion. You don't want people just able to throw money on the table to buy more height. So what that leaves is, so the second part, which is why did council make the decision to keep the money in the regional center if it's the only place that has a density bonus regime? And the reason was that, at one point in the center plan, we were actually talking about constraining money and focusing affordable housing on a neighborhood to neighborhood basis, because the concern is that if we have these giant developments happening on the peninsula or in the Dartmouth inside the Cirque, and that money goes into a general pot and it all leaves the regional center or even substantially leaves the regional center, it becomes harder and harder to have mixed income, mixed use communities on the peninsula. We want to have those communities, those developments have in those neighborhoods affordable housing adjacent to where the new stuff's being built, because that is one of the biggest issues we're facing with gentrification and forcing people out of those communities. So Sam talked about using Gottingen Street as an example, so what we need is we need to work through the regional plan and the suburban plan and get to a point that there's a fund being contributed there, and then that fund would then be distributed out. My concern would be that the regional center on a per square foot basis, because and I can send you the report that Ross Cantwell did that identifies the dollar value per square foot or square meter of air that is turned into developable space. The closer you get to downtown, the more it is worth. But the flip side of that is the more expensive it becomes to build affordable housing in those communities, in those neighborhoods. So on a per door basis, it's always going to cost more to build affordable housing in the regional center and in downtown. So that's something we're cognizant of, and that's why we have not extended it out of the regional center yet, because we haven't even funded anything in the regional center yet. We've only had the fund set up since the center plan was adopted at the end of 2019, and we're only anticipating to really see money this year. So that was a lot of words. I'd love to sit down more informally and chat about it, but those are deliberate decisions as we move toward expanding the affordable housing program through the suburban planning process outside of the regional center. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note that I don't think this is has an issue with the current program, that the money collected in an area is spent in that area. I think we all well understand that and the need for it. The thing is that what we're saying is there is also great need outside of the regional center, particularly in neighborhoods like the ones that I'm most familiar with here are Fairview and Spryfield, where there is a tremendous amount of growth, a tremendous increase in housing. Paul, you're raising Sackville to that list, and that we need to look at expanding this program, some kind of program sooner rather than later. And perhaps it is a flat fee, perhaps it, it's not tied to density bonusing, but we've been told loud and clear, we know that housing right now is a massive issue. And as I look at our budget and where we're going with this, I don't see that priority strongly reflected in our plan for the next year. And I know I would feel better knowing that we could address some of these issues around creating funds for affordable housing, not just in the urban center where it's expensive, but where we actually might get more bang for our buck outside of the regional center, because the list for affordable housing, the need for affordable housing is very big right now. And we need a solution. So, that's really where I'm coming at this from. It's not that I want a part of that $200,000 that's allocated for the regional center, which again is not a lot of money. If this is a priority for this council, I think we need to kind of look at something greater than that. And I'm just not clear what concrete things are going to happen in this fiscal year, and in more strongly advancing our role in seeing more affordable housing in our city.
Don't know if I have a great answer for you on that, other than we need staff to work up a new plan to be clear about it, right? So what we've been doing is dealing with items kind of as they come in, and chipping away at the previous, housing and homelessness partnership plan. It's time to refresh that plan, figure out what the new initiatives are, and determine what funding and supports look like for that, right? So the idea is that the staff would centralize around that. We would start up the grant program, and we would get some action moving on that sort of thing. But in terms of being able to have a strategy in front of you right now, we don't have that. We need to go away and create that. So we create the plan, and then we work the plan. So we still need to create the plan.
We do, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I see no further speakers in the chat. So if somebody would like to call the question.
Question.
Thank you. Over to the clerk.
Beginning with District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For the motion.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion.
Wonderful. That motion passes. Thank you very much, everybody. We are moving on to the resource funding plan. And I'm not sure if there would be a presentation first, or if somebody would put the motion on the floor first. I see the CAO has popped up. So I'm going to hand the floor to Jacques Dubé. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's really up to committee members to, I defer to you and the committee to whether you want to put the motion on the floor now or you want to hear the presentation first. I'm okay one way or the other.
Let's hear the presentation and then we will proceed with the motion.
Great. Thanks very much. So, well, good afternoon, everyone. And so what I really wanted to do today was speak to you about the need to add more staff above and beyond what has been presented to the budget committee to date from all the business units in order to move forward key initiatives of council. So you may be asking, why is this coming to you now? The simple answer, I guess, is that I needed to see all the business plans, all the business unit business plans, before I could actually determine how we might realistically address all of the growth pressures we face and meet regional council's expectations, both operationally and strategically. So now that you've heard all of them, and I've heard all of them and signed off on them all, I have a better appreciation of what needs to happen in order to actually make everything work as we move forward. And some would say the pandemic slowed things down. It actually didn't. The growth and pressures continue exponentially. So I'm now ready to have that conversation with all of you and propose a way forward. So that's what this presentation is about. So Chair, I think everyone's aware that there are many new initiatives underway, and at the same time, staff are delivering on core programs and services, the day-to-day sort of bread and butter things that we have to deliver around as a municipality. And of course, all these new initiatives and strategies and projects, strategic projects, really important projects, are coming at a cost to not only HRM as an organization, but to a cost of our staff as well. They're continually trying to add more to their workday, and we're seeing more and more folks being challenged to actually respond to the pressure and demands that are being put on them. So what I'm presenting to you today is a plan, and I will state now that I do not have all the answers for you today. What I do have is a realization that HRM as a municipality continues to grow. We need to add more resources in key areas to keep pace with that growth. So next slide, please. So over the budget deliberations and through the one-on-one meetings with councillors and the mayor I've had, a number of you asked, do we have enough staff to deliver the programs and the strategies that we have underway? And I would say that despite staff's best efforts, the answer is no, we do not. You heard Kelly Denty this morning, and thank you for putting her overs in the parking lot. And in doing so, that's going to create pressure. Adding those positions, which are absolutely needed. We cannot continue to manage the growth within the development that the development community is delivering to our doorsteps with the same level of staff and planning and development. But as we add staff there, I think Councillor Blackburn asked the question, what's the spill-off? What's the spill-off effect on the rest of the organization? So that's really what I want to talk about today, is even though Kelly is saying that not all positions added would create a spillover effect, a number of them do, right? Whether it's contracts to be hammered out by our legal counsel, whether it's real estate transactions, etc. So, over the years, HRM councils have rightly and thoughtfully approved more than 110 strategies. And I'm not going to list them all here, but you've gone through the briefing since last October, and you are now in appreciation of all these strategies we have, and some are very ambitious, right? We have green network plans and moving forward together plans and Halifax, etc. So, and we're also growing at an unprecedented pace. As I mentioned earlier, pandemic hasn't slowed us down, and of course, Nova Scotia's response to COVID has improved Halifax's already stellar reputation as a great place to live and work and play. And, you heard through the mayor's State of the City address, we still welcome well over 6,000 immigrants during the pandemic. We welcome to Halifax, I think it's 14 or 15 companies. So we're an attractive place for people to grow, to raise their families, to start a business, to move a business or expand a business. And with all that growth comes expectations for services, for programs and infrastructure. We also want to make sure that everyone benefits from HRM success, that all boats rise. And this, of course, puts pressure on areas where we have not traditionally been involved, such as affordable housing and food security, which are all very important social policy issues. And we've been moving very rapidly into the social policy space. This is a very strategic direction that council has provided us. And we have staff that get up every day and focus on social policy challenges going forward. And that's putting pressure on the rest of the organization too. Of course, protecting the environment is a key concern of this council and the new premier and the federal government. And the ability to adequately respond to the climate crisis, which is real, which is actually beyond our current resource capability. Now, Kelly, as you know, has put in there's 6 positions there for Halifax. And as she also mentioned, there will be, once we have sort of the roadmaps associated with all the various elements of Halifax, we'll be back to council. So this conversation I'm having with you today is really not about that. It's about everything else, because we have a specific plan for Halifax, and we're going to get to a staffing level that we need once we get through all the roadmaps and we hire the 6 new people that council will hopefully approve in the actual final budget. So another element, of course, is, as the federal government cost share programs are being provided, responding to them takes staff off key priorities. And of course, the Rapid Housing Initiative was a perfect example of that, as we already talked about. And it was great to receive over $8.8 million. I think it was $8.7 million, but it came at a price. It came at a price to our staff, planners who had to be shifted off the regional plan to work on housing program requirements, for example. So, Mr. Chair, HRM is a billion-dollar company. We're a billion-dollar organization and has big ambitions of a big city, but we're only resourced like a mid-sized municipality. Next slide, please. So, Mr. Chair, the projects on this slide are a snapshot of some of the big things that are underway, and it is by no means an exhaustive list. It includes a mix of capital and operating projects. INP on its own includes rapid transit, electrification of the fleet, and multimodal corridors. All of that has implications to all the support units, like corporate and customer services and facilities, finance, legal, HR. In addition to these big projects, there's the day-to-day work that needs to be done. TPW's delivery of the capital plan, street recaps, complete streets, are all the cases in point. Parks and Recreation's program delivery is challenging enough on its own, but even more so in our current environment, and as they also have to focus on state of good repair for parks and playgrounds and event planning. And we're going down the road of trying to program our downtowns in response to the COVID situation we're in. So all that puts a lot of pressure on us. And I can tell you that even that part of it had put pressure on legal, right? Because we're dealing with some interesting challenges around event planning from a legal perspective as a result of COVID. So in addition to planning policy and transportation planning, Kelly's shop, of course, still has permits to issue. And as you saw by our presentation, there's a lot of permits to issue. And yes, we've modernized our electronic tool for that, but it still takes people, that's a body contact sport in public administration, right? And you have to have people to deal with people, no matter how much you automate. And of course, there's always bylaws to enforce. So right now, there are 202 active reports in Report Center. 202 active reports in Report Center. So most of those reports and programs require review and support from legal and finance professionals, other business units across the piece, including diversity, inclusion, ANZIO, go on. Next slide, please. So we are seeing pressures in the support business units as well as the operations business units. So every park purchase requires a real estate professional to negotiate a purchase and arrange for an appraisal, assess that, see if it makes sense. Legal then needs to review the purchase and sale agreement and review the title to close the transaction. So as HRM moves into larger and more complex projects, such as solid waste strategies and electrification of buses and fleet, there's a need for finance staff with experience with complex contract deal structures, such as P3s and alternative financing to help with procurement decisions. Do we do it ourselves or do we lease back through design, build, operate, finance, own contracts? Those are kinds of conversation decisions that takes expertise and also requires procurement and legal expertise. Human resources, of course, is tasked with supporting business units with the recruitment and hiring of staff, as well as supporting human resource management to ensure HRM staff are engaged, motivated, and demonstrating HRM values. HR is operating in an environment that needs to respond to the changing labor market. And this is not, what I just went through is not an exhaustive list. It just gives you a snapshot of where exponential growth has impacted virtually every aspect of HRM's organization. Next slide, please. So this slide speaks to the benefits of investing in staff to move forward council's objectives. And there are a handful of them listed on the slide, but the main benefit, of course, is that staff will be able to move forward in a focused manner to achieve results. As we all know, if you're working on a number of things at once, chances are good you are going to do them all well, right? So this resourcing plan also recognizes the interdependencies between business units and the need for collaboration. You know, we have brought this organization into a culture of collaboration and participative management and communication amongst, you know, cross-functional teams, and that's working very well in my estimation. But we need to do more. And as an example, for example, a report in planning and development touches many business units beyond the financial and legal review that many reports receive. One of the main benefits is with staff, of course, because right now they're feeling the stress and pressure, and there's no doubt as a result of the growth pressures we all face. So adding additional resources will result in a strengthened workforce, more collaboration across business units and among staff, which we all know results in improved advice to council, senior management, better services to people and businesses, and of course, enhanced program delivery. You know, staff need time to think and, as opposed to just do, because, you know, creativity comes from collaboration, conversations, and thinking out loud amongst themselves. And that we need to foster that environment even more. Slide 6, please. So the resource plan is talking about adding people, and this is an ongoing cost in the municipality, of course. And the approved positions will be added to if council agrees, these will be added to the wage model and will form part of the base budget going forward. Of course, you always hear from our CFO, Jane, who speaks about the importance of matching ongoing expenses with ongoing revenue. So Jane and I recommend that deed transfer tax be the source of funding for this particular recommendation, and this is for a number of reasons. Deed transfer tax has been outperforming budget for the last number of years as part of the March 2021 budget process. A study was commissioned by CanMac to help with the accuracy of predicting deed transfer tax revenue for budget purposes. And as you will recall, we reduced deed transfer tax revenue by $10 million to $40 million in response to COVID. Because at that point, no one could have predicted that the sale of homes and businesses and commercial properties would go through the roof in a pandemic, which is exactly what we saw. You know, the market is hot. For 2021, we're projecting deed transfer tax revenue of close to $60 million. This is a 50% increase over the budget amount. So according to a number of economic studies that have been carried out on our behalf and industry pundits, the housing market is not going to slow down anytime soon. With that, staff is comfortable with revising the estimates for the deed transfer tax going forward, not just for this year, but for the 4-year fiscal plan. And Jane will have more to say about that when we get to the budget adjustment list meeting. Of course, this deed transfer tax is ongoing revenue, which will obviously help not only fund what I'm proposing to you today, but also fund many things that council wishes to include on the budget adjustment list or the above the line list that we're discussing. So the other reason for recommending deed transfer tax revenue, of course, revenue growth as a funding source, is because it is growth that is driving the majority of the increased demand for services, pressure on our staff. So that growth would pay for growth. Next slide, please. So as your CAO, the authority for staffing does rest with me, but I'm coming to the budget committee because of the ongoing impact of adding staff, not only for this budget year, but for the future years as well. I want to be transparent about the process rather than add them piecemeal through the year within the overall budget envelope. I also think it's important for you as councillors and the public to be aware that in order to move initiatives forward, we need to have sufficient resources. As I mentioned earlier, we're $1 billion organization growing at the rate of a mid-sized town on an annual basis. You know, you think about it, we're growing at a population pace of about 10,000 people. They have to live somewhere. They obviously need their building permits to be issued, development permits to be issued, you know, all those things. And that all puts pressure right across the piece, right across every business unit. So with that, I would recommend that up to $2.25 million be moved to the budget adjustment list for compensation. That funding would be held in fiscal services and be used to increase in staffing in-year staffing to address council priorities, strategic plans, and operations. So I'm asking for an upper limit of 2.25 million, recognizing that it takes time to staff up to say 15. That's based on 15 professional positions. Reality is we will not spend that in the first year. 75% would actually be aggressive in terms of getting 75% of that hired and costed out. I do want you to see the full impact, so you're aware of the commitment going forward. And if this is approved, obviously I would be providing you with information reports every quarter to let you know what's happening with that funding and where we are with some of this additional staffing to meet some of the pressures. So I mentioned earlier in my comments, I don't have all the answers for you today. I don't know exactly at this point. We haven't had the time to actually determine exactly what positions, when, in which business unit. But if we get that flexibility, we will then be back to you, obviously, as we make decisions on staffing as to where we're adding more bodies to respond to the actual needs that are there. Of course, this will take numerous conversations between HR and the business units and finance and myself, of course, in order to make sure that we're spending the money where it's going to actually make a difference and it'll relieve some of the pressure that our staff is under right now. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. That was an informative presentation, and I appreciate it. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I guess I got to put the motion on the floor.
Yes, if you could. And I am just pasting the motion into the chat.
That the Budget Committee include 2.25 million in ongoing funding for costs associated with unbudgeted in-year staffing, pressures due to addressing council priorities, strategic plans, and operations within the proposed 21-22 fiscal services budget in the parking lot as an operating over budget option.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Seconded.
I'm Councillor Austin. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So this is a new thing, and you know, I don't, as mayor, I'm not part of this recommendation. I got this same time as council did. So it's an interesting approach, and I'm of two minds of it. One is that we are a growing municipality, and we do need to be able to adjust mid-year to the priorities, whether it's things like working on the environment or housing. We saw the impact we had last year when we got money from the feds for housing, but we had to dedicate resource to it. So we need to have that kind of nimbleness, I think, to react to the needs of the marketplace. On the other hand, we go through as disciplined and rigorous a budgeting process as I could possibly imagine. You know, for the new councillors, Councillor Kent's been part of a provincial government. You know, other governments don't budget the way we do, out in the open, with every department coming forward, every position over budget being analyzed and discussed. You know, the way we do our budgets is very disciplined and very rigorous, and we do argue over individual positions. You know, we didn't fund an extra position for the RCMP this year that the RCMP had asked for. And so I'm not entirely comfortable doing a carte blanche, $2.25 million to adding that and then just saying, let us know how it turned out in a year from now. But I am generally supportive of what Jacques is asking for and Jane is asking for. And we have to keep in mind that this is a carry forward too, folks. So, you know, if we do add these positions, they're not going to go away next year, and we'll be starting at that, and there may be another ask next year to add another 2.5 million. We've already added many people. We added 10 today to our staff. We have to be aware of who pays the bills, and it's a constant balance because the people who pay the bills are also the people who require the service. So, you know, I'm not opposed to this notion, but I'm also not prepared to abdicate my responsibility for making sure that those things that we have approved are those things that are carried out. So I had a quick chat with Jacques in the break, and as he said, this is new for everybody, including himself. And the CAO makes those staffing decisions, but the envelope power comes from us. So I'd like to see where council is on this, but if there's no other amendments, I will be proposing an amendment, probably to reduce the amount somewhat, because we're going to be well into the year before we need to add any of these positions. But I would also look for some kind of a reporting process to council so that we know about these decisions when they happen. I have full confidence in Jacques and Jane and our department heads, all of whom we've heard, but it is still our responsibility as council to approve funding. So that's where I am. I will propose that amendment if there are no other amendments proposed. I support the need for this, but I think we just can't totally let go of our responsibility as council. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the mayor for his comments on this. I share in part of them. I definitely think, this is a really, if we're serious about our plans, we need to actually put the resources in place to actually carry them out. I think I hit on Halifax this morning as a prime example. You can pass the best plan in the world, but if we're not going to dedicate the people to actually do the work, well, we're going to come up short. And I think it's been the growing pains, the challenges of success. We have big ambitions, whether it's Halifax, whether it's transit. We have a lot on our plate that we're trying to do, and to expect to do that work with with current staffing loads, it's just not realistic, right? Not if we're actually serious. If we want to carry on in the kind of applauding incremental way, well, that's what we can do. So I'm supportive of this, but I share the mayor's trepidation in terms of, well, is this, the lack of specifics. And, I think we need the flexibility on this, right? To be able to respond rather than waiting to another budget cycle to then put people in place, particularly for me, the climate change piece is the one that really looms large to me in that, it's not just, well, our project is put off a little bit longer. There is a pressing urgent need for action there. So I think it's good to have the flexibility, but I would like to have some sort of check-in ability on this, just so it isn't just a blank check, as the mayor has talked about. Where I'm not quite on board with the mayor's proposed amendment is on the amount. I think if we want to reduce the amount, we should do that at the budget adjustment phase, because as Jacques has indicated, there is more financial news to be hashed out. To say, well, 2.5 million is too much, maybe one, I think it's just too early. We might get to that, but I think we should have that discussion when we actually look at that budget adjustment list, because it can always be reduced at that point. If once we get the final numbers on transfer, we look at everything extra we've added to the list, we've gone through it, we've heard from staff, I think that would be the appropriate time to cull the amount down. If we want to do that, rather than now. I think right now what I'm interested in would be, well, what does a reporting mechanism on this look like for the money that is spent in year to council? Maybe it's through audit and finance. I don't know. It's new to everyone. I've had as much time with it as anyone else. So those would be my thoughts on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So similar to Councillor Austin, when I read the motion, what it says is put it in the parking lot as an over option, not a commitment to do it per se. So I feel like if we need more details, we should ask for that, and we should be looking for more analysis or setting up those checks and balances, audit and finance committee, quarterly reports, whatever, as we go into the budget parking lot process. But for me, this is a great report and exactly what I've been asking for in every single time I've spoken for every single business unit is we don't have enough engineers, we don't have enough planners, and we don't have enough staff to be able to meet our ambitions, right? Our ambitions are lofty and awesome. But when you have a look at the electrification of the fleet and bus rapid transit, right? That's a $720 million project with the ferries. You look at the Green Network plan, or the Halifax plan, somewhere between $15 and $20 million next year in capital that we haven't allocated or found yet, 30 million bucks a year when you get past that. And a lot of that is investing in things that will save us money in the long run. And then you look at IMP, And, we're currently in the middle of debating whether or not we're going to do, what we want to do with the Herring Cove Road functional plan and how fast we want to do it. But I've made it clear, my preference is I don't want those all moving to the right, not getting done. I think Windsor Street Exchange should happen the year after we start Cogswell, not when Cogswell is done. I think we should be doing Bedford Highway functional plan and Herring Cove functional plan within the next 2 years, because if we're really going to keep growing at 2% a year, we need to put these investments in place now, not when we hit $500,000 or 600,000. And most of these big projects, the actual capital cost can be debt, long-term debt. I'm completely comfortable with that, so that we can keep pulling down this federal and provincial money that's all waiting in the wings, we hope, on all of these things. But capital money isn't staff, and our staff can't keep doing these massive projects. It's not possible that they be done off the side of their desk like we've done with so many of the other things. So I'm pleased to see this here. I'm pleased to see, budget for between 15 and 25 staff, depending on their pay rates and responsibilities. I don't think it'll be the last time we have a discussion about this, even in these 4 years of this term. But I do support putting it as is. Some analysis must have gone into this. We can ask Jacques about that. I'll ask Jacques. Jacques, how was that number arrived at? If you could go into that when I'm done here. But I feel like between now and the final budget process and understanding exactly where we are fiscally with the federal money, with the potential for surplus, with the deed transfer projections having been amended, I think that's the point to start making decisions about what the dollar amount should be. So I'm going to support the motion as it is. Jacques, if you could give us a little bit on how the number was arrived at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dubé.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the councillor. The number was simply based on 15 positions, 15 professional staff, plus benefits, plus equipment they would need to be functional. So that's really that number. It's based on 15, and we will go from there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jacques, for presenting this. And I do support the spirit of this, and will certainly be supporting it going to the parking lot. Like the mayor said, though, and I want to strongly support his comments as well, that I have some concerns. My concerns around our growth have been as much in not having the staff to continue to deal with the growth in the upcoming projects is almost we're not keeping up with the infrastructure, the amenities, and the services for this growth either. And it's everything. It's policing, it's fire, it's playgrounds, it's you name it. So we have the capital side of things that we're not keeping up with, as well as the operational side, if you will. And this is what we're talking about right now, is just operational side and expanding our workforce to address opportunities present and future. If this were a business right now, we'd be looking at this and say, we need to hire some people because we think we've got a big contract coming in. There's some people coming in to give us money. In our case, it's the province and the feds. We think we've got some new projects, new products coming out. We think we have some new solutions that we're going to be able to market. And all of those things require additional staff. That is a completely reasonable approach to take for a business. Where a business would be slightly different, and Jacques, I want you to speak to this, is that, there's no guarantees that the Windsor Street Exchange money will be there if we keep pushing this out. There's no guarantee that the rapid transit money will be there yet from the other levels of government. So far, we haven't seen their dollars. We know they're waiting to hear from us. We know indications are good, et cetera, et cetera. And immigration and migration is also cyclical. Our growth could slow down a little, and interest rates could go up, which means the detransfer tax doesn't grow as quickly as we might like it to. I think this is unlikely at this point in time, but we would have said 2 years ago that a pandemic and a recession were pretty unlikely too. If this were a business, we'd be looking for a plan B in case the detransfer tax doesn't increase the way we want it to. If this were a business, we'd be looking for an off-ramp if suddenly going into this something changes. Of course, we're going to have to continue to do Halifax. Of course, we're going to have to do, but some of these other big projects. So, moving forward, and when this comes back, I strongly support this going into the parking lot, and I do believe many of these things do have a good ROI, but I would like to have a little bit more understanding of what we'll do if some of these projects and the funding and the assumptions of transfer tax and whatnot don't materialize, rather than just say, well, sorry, council, we really thought it was going to be better, transfer tax. We thought the development fees were going to be higher. So now next year we're looking at 2.9, 3.9, 4.9 increase in taxes in order to keep all the new people and programs going forward. So a little bit of an off-ramp, a little bit of a plan B, and as part of what comes forward to us. But other than that, I'm certainly supportive of the big picture. Maybe Jacques, you could give me a little comfort on how these could be phased and in as we anticipate growth, as well as perhaps off-ramps and plan Bs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Dubé.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through you, the Deputy Mayor. So great points. And one of the advantages that we have at the moment, of course, is that there is some federal provincial monies available, and that does put pressure on us when we get it. So the Windsor Street Exchange money, it's there. We're contractually obligated to that now, and the money is rolling out. We're doing consultations. There are other, infrastructure projects, including electrification of the fleet and the Mill Cove Ferry, et cetera, that we're waiting on funding for. And as soon as we do get that funding, and then of course that'll put pressure on, and we may need to hire a body or two to help move that along. The numbers that I'm seeing coming out of Jane's shop, the immigration numbers and the Halifax partnership, the anticipated growth, in transfer tax. CanMac Economics actually suggests that we should be budgeting $80 million, not 60. So Jane and I, by our very nature, are conservative when it comes to fiscal management, right? So we're suggesting 60, not 80. But we expect, we would rather continue our strategy of under-promising and over-delivering on that. So I think, and that's worked for us so far. And, we also have a very strong reserve position. And the surplus monies, the 2021 surplus will be significant. Certainly, we have been able to. We're taking some of that money now, putting into reserves, so council can make decisions with that on that reserve money. But it's over 20 million, right? Just that. Plus, I would add that there's been a lot of conversations. Not only did we get $46 million of federal restart money, but there's ongoing conversations on some kind of second restart program federally. And if that happens, for additional infrastructure, plus we just got another 26 million, we doubled up in the gas tax. So there's a lot of flexibility and buffer and room in our fiscal framework to actually address many of these things. However, to your point about, we hire staff, we hire more staff, and let's say we hire 15, and we wouldn't hire them all at once, obviously. They wouldn't, it'll take us 3 to 6 months just to get bodies and seats, right?
Yeah.
So, and if we do, and things, start to slide and demand is not as great, we always have attrition here. The other thing I didn't talk about was attrition. We have over 3,700 full-time staff, and there's always people retiring or leaving the organization to other places. So I'm pretty confident we can manage the workforce within the envelopes that we do have, and within the sort of institutional flexibility that we have using various tools at our disposal.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate this comfort. And Jacques, I know you are conservative. Even your dog's named Tori. I mean, but thank you. That provides me some comfort. I have to ask these questions because someone's going to ask us. So thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jacques, for this opportunity to have conversation around this early. I guess my biggest question is I think Councillor O'Hit touched on it. We have a number of things already in the parking lot. We have a number of those that capture positions. And so I guess I just want clarity. Is there any chance that some of those could be captured within this envelope of what you're presenting, or is this over and above those again?
This is over and above those again. So, what we looked at, once all the business plans came in, we looked at it and said, okay, you've asked for this, but many of those asks that have been built into the business unit budgets didn't take into account the fall-on effect on other business units, right? And that's sort of that's my job, looking at all this and saying, okay, we're going to add these positions, and council is in the driver's seat on all those positions. They're baked into the targets, right? And most of them, right? There's a few that are not, that are in the parking lot. So the positions I'm talking about are over and above all that. And when we come back to you for the parking lot discussion, we're going to have a source of funds to fund all of that. So everything that's in the budget adjustment list will have a source of funds, whether it's coming out of reserves, whether it's coming out of this additional money that we're talking about now, surplus monies, et cetera, right? So, deed transfer tax, right? So there'll be a source of funds associated with all that, and council will have to make a decision as to what the final budget looks like based on all of that, right? So, there's lots of room for discussion and deliberation on those things when it comes to the budget adjustments.
So when I think about how large the parking lot now is, if we add this in as well, but we have money that could potentially capture it. Are we still getting, in your opinion, close to being able to stay where there commitment was direction was from council at our original budget? I don't even know what the word is, but our projections that we wanted you to stay inside an envelope. Is that looking like that can still happen?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, that's good news for me then. Thank you. All right, that's good for me, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can understand some of the need for this in regards to the growing municipality and growing demands, and also all these federal and provincial programs being announced, but they don't have any program applications ready to go. They're still work in progress, and here we are waiting to get applications put forward, even get some of our projects so-called quote shovel ready. And I think it's important that we need to have some of these significant projects we've been working on ready to go at the drop of a hat when these programs get announced or when the funding parameters are available. Not wait till know what the parameters are, then try and get the funding to fit the application. So I think that this is necessary to move forward, but I'm also concerned that some people are saying, well, when are we going to hold the line in taxes? We're hoping that with the real estate boom going on, that would be our so-called the golden egg in regards to that could help offset some of the pressures on the budget process and stuff. So I'm kind of worried that are we going to use our golden egg and scramble it up and then make that a little more difficult in our budget process to meet the bottom line. So I'm somewhat cautious about this, but I'm also want to make sure that it's not become one of those structural things that come in built in. If it's based on term positions or special project positions, or the case may be, project by project, that may be something we can do instead of having as more permanent positions. I'm kind of curious how that may work on some of these projects that we're talking about, like the Cogswell interchange. A lot of that could be project specific term positions, or what other projects that could be significant like that. But my only concern though is that hopefully it doesn't become a structural matter, that it is flexibility as the project demands come forward and project funding is available, we can react to it accordingly. But the other thing I'm worried about though is, when does the federal and provincial resources dry up? Because we got the COVID response, another year and a bit to go on this probably, but the federal and provincial governments are going to have to cut back and claw back somewhere. So I anticipate, will that mean more downloading to the municipalities? Are we going to have that onus on us in regards to taking over more responsibilities? So I'm cautiously optimistic, but I'm also cautiously pessimistic in regards to how should we go forward with this. And I trust that the need for staffing is going to be necessary to respond to these programs when they're available, but we have to be ready, shovel ready to go. So I'll move forward with that.
Thanks very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Hensby. So, what we're talking about here are positions that are required for effectively, operational reasons now, right? And the growth, as I mentioned, is not slowing down. It's not anticipated to slow down. Whether or not the federal government funding for infrastructure funding dries up or not, we're still growing as a municipality. And we cannot actually deliver on your priorities and the services at the levels you're expecting us to do with the current level of staffing. So this is really all about, operational work and what's required to do the regular work requirements, right? And absolutely, you're right. I mean, when we look at special projects that are one time, we often hire consultants or term contracts and things like that. We do that on a regular basis. This is not what this is. This is all about, getting all the work done that's required. We're in a position right now that if you look at the Halifax Partnership growth projections, we're going to be at we're probably going to top 550,000 people well before the targeted date, right? And we'll never be able to deliver services to the 10,000+ people that arrive here and everybody else and actually meet expectations. So it's really all about operational requirements now and what we need to do to keep growing keep moving as a fast-growing city.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I'm a bit leery on this one. So, Councillor Kent kind of mentioned, why not just pay for all the operational overs we already have in front of us? Personally, I like approving those strategic plans, and then I also like the tactical and operational plans that come along with them and seeing how they're going to be carried out, what the positions are. So, I'm not sure, even for things like the federal housing money, because it was announced and then literally within a month they wanted information back from us on who we were going to select. And those projects had to be shovel ready in quotes, and they had to be built in a year. I don't know how we would actually go out and recruit someone in that period of time other than use the staff we already have available at the time, unless we're, including in our budget some crystal balls so that we know just a few months ahead of time when we actually are going to have these come in front of us. If we need more people for Halifax or IMP or road safety or affordable housing, I'd prefer to see those specific plans in front of us with those specific hires. And I'm fine. Trust me, the CanMac analysis is great. The D transfer tax, I know we were super conservative in our last budget, and appropriately so, given, who knew we would see 20-odd% increases in real estate valuations over this period of time. I'd be in favor of using surpluses, because I know we're going to have a lot of surpluses going into our reserves this year if we need to do mid-year hiring. So I guess in order to give me some comfort, I'd look to the CIO, the briefing note that will come with this. Obviously, you said it would have a source of funds, but would it also include the positions that you anticipate? And if it does, why wouldn't we just revise the department presentations that have come to us and say, let's include a couple more bodies here and a couple more bodies there? Why? I don't know. Part of me feels like we're kind of circumventing the process we just went through these last couple of months. And I understand that you wanted to see the presentations and you wanted to have a view of this, but I don't know. I still feel, and I'll vote for it because I do want to see the briefing note. But my preference would be to see what are those anticipated positions? What strategic priorities do you think you're going to attach those bodies to? Because if that's not included, then I can't support it, because as the mayor said, it's carte blanche and you run the city, we hire you to do that. And you've been doing a great job, I think. But I also think, as the mayor said, we approve the envelope, and I think we'd like to see what's in the envelope before we approve the dollar value. So I guess that would be my question to the CIO, is the specifics that'll be in the briefing note.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. So thanks for that question. And I'd like to be able to say, yes, I could provide you all the details by the date. I probably would not, I'd probably be misleading you if I said that, because it's going to take numerous conversations amongst the team, the leadership team, and within their teams before we come up with a solution on this. This proposal is essentially to give us give me some flexibility to actually be able to come up with that plan, and then advise council as to what positions are going to be created and when and all that at a later date. I'm not sure whether I'm almost positive I can't come back to you with sort of the prescription by the budget adjustment to this date. I will do my best. I'll try to put as much detail around it as I can, but I can't guarantee that you'll be fully satisfied with the answer, because I may not have all the answers at that point. I'll do my best.
I appreciate the candor through you, Mr. Chair, to the CIO. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh boy, 2.5 to 5 million ongoing. Yeah, it is significant. And I will say, as a new councillor, I am continually amazed at what gets done by the entire team at HRM. So to think that they need to be, as an organization, we need to be better resourced, I completely understand that. One of the questions, or one of the comments that was made, was that $1 billion organization, but resourced, I'm trying to remember, resourced as a mid-size organization. I'm wondering not for today, I'm sure, but are there any comparisons so that we could see a similar municipality, how they're resourced and how we stack up compared to that? That would really help in my understanding, so that would be really great. In January, we talked about the strategic initiatives and different monies to go into a reserve. How does that reserve correlate to this new ask in terms of ongoing? Would it change that reserve allocation that would be required for strategic initiatives? Because there's quite a few that were there. And then the other thing is, I was trying to look back at my notes about how many staff positions are increased already, so that if we had an overall count of what is the growth in our HR at the end of the day, I think that would be really helpful. Thank you. And yeah, I'm reminiscent of my days in a nonprofit and going to the board or the province and asking for money, and they're saying, so that bucket is already allocated, so you need another bucket. So I understand about the D transfer tax in terms of a funding option seems very reasonable. The concern is where this is ongoing. And I think, as some of the other councils have said, what if that changes? And so those would be my comments, but the spirit of it, absolutely supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Dubé.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor. Thanks for those questions. So I'll take the comparison to other municipalities first. So as you're well aware, we're very unique in Canada. We're the largest municipality geographically in the country, size of PEI. You'll never find another municipality like us anywhere in Canada. And I'm not aware of any other municipality that looks like us in the world, actually. So when we look at when you look at structures, it all depends on the level of service that first of all, the statutory authority. What is it that we have to offer, that we're obliged to deliver on? What are council's priorities? And that differs from one municipality to another across the country. Right? So in Ontario, some municipalities are responsible for provision of social services, like the Department of Community Services is here in Nova Scotia. I know that I was speaking to my colleague in Ottawa the other day. They're actually standing up immunization clinics. They're responsible for public health, right? We're not. So it's very difficult to compare municipalities across the country in terms of structure. But if you want to take a look at it, you can look at the big city mayor's caucus. And those municipalities are 13 of them. They have different structures, staff structures, different staffing. Some operate, with commissions. We have a Halifax Water Commission. Sometimes water, for the most part, water is actually provided as a business unit within the municipality. We're very unique in Halifax in that respect. So, but if you want to get a flavor of it, you can take a look at those 13, and that will give you some sense, I suppose. On strategic capital, and strategic capital reserve. That money is actually was designed to feed a fund that would actually pay the principal and interest payment on debt associated with strategic capital reserve. So that's not a source of funding for this particular initiative. This particular initiative would be more suitably funded out of the deed transfer tax revenue and perhaps in a pinch or if necessary, but I don't see it as being necessary out of an operating reserve, right? So, sort of the contingency operating funding, that reserve that we have, we could take some money out of that. Not something we'd recommend, nor neither Jane or I would recommend that at this point, but we don't have to. We're trying to keep our reserves as whole as possible, just in case. It's a question you have and others have had. What happens if the economy goes south? What if things slow down or dry up? We have a lot of reserve money that can buffer us for a number of years going forward. In terms of the number of increased positions, the increase in the number of positions already, I'd have to pull the number. I don't have it at the tip of my fingers at the moment. We could easily pull that out to you and have that in as a separate briefing note going forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cuddle.
Oh, I'm sorry, is the mayor before me?
The mayor would be speaking a second time.
Oh, okay. Sorry, caught me off guard there. Yeah, I actually had a question about the whole budgeting process and where we go, when we approve things, they go to the parking lot. Well, when we get to the parking lot, are we able to add items then?
At this point, the process is we are going through the individual business units, adding items to the parking lot, and then when we meet again 2 weeks from today, we will be going through all of those items and determining if they're going to be folded into the budget or not. At that point, we will not be able to add anything new to the budget. And I see that John has popped up, and so feel free to correct me.
Yeah, just to be clear before John speaks, council can add things to the parking lot at any time. However, here's the however to the chair's point. We get these parking lot motions so that we can go back and do the due diligence and prepare a report associated with that item, right? So we're on a schedule. So we need to land the budget in May, first meeting in May, because beyond that, we're offside in terms of some of the rules, in terms of spending, right? So I had to negotiate my ways through with Jane and in fact John to make sure that we could actually drag the final decision on the budget into early May. I didn't have the same argument as I had last year, which was COVID related, because I got adopted in June. So my regulation, we're supposed to have a budget adopted before the 1st of April, actually. So we've managed to drag this date into May, and I will not be prepared to go any further than that under the rules of fiscal responsibility and accountability. So I just want to give you that context. So if you have ideas in the parking lot, now is the time, because we need to be able to go back, do the briefing notes, do the analysis, and come back to you at budget adjustment for this date with the actual information that you can make an informed decision.
Okay, thank you. So, and I ask because we keep getting new information about our fiscal position, which kind of changes, at least my thinking around where we started and where we are now. So I'll let the mayor ask his question, but I may be back with a motion for the parking lot. So that's fair. That's game. Yeah.
So,
right.
So your point about changing information, you're absolutely right. We're going to have a different fiscal framework presentation for you at budget adjustment time, because the information for us is changing, right? So deed transfer tax, for example, that just came to light more recently. So we'll be adjusting our approach with council and letting you know how that can work out. Plus, we didn't know exactly what the surplus looked like until at the end of the year, which is basically last week. Right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. John, if you would like to add anything?
very briefly, Mr. Chair, to you, the committee. So the budget is the committee's up until it's finalized. Any budget is a snapshot in time, and the circumstances will change the day before and the day after, obviously. But to the CAO's point, if there are additional items that council wishes to add in at the budget adjustment list time, then that may and likely will cause a delay while staff assesses it and tries to get back to you. So the whole intent is to try and get any of these items that council wishes to discuss in finalizing the budget at the budget adjustment list in as early as possible so staff can consider them.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't see any first-time speakers in the list, so I'm going to step out of the chair for a couple of minutes. I've got a couple of questions. Councillor Daigle-Gammon, if you wouldn't mind assuming the chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Russell. You're up.
Thank you very much. I'm in support of this idea. I have a couple of concerns about it. As Councillor Outhet mentioned, if this was a business, there would be a whole lot more flexibility in certain areas. A friend of mine is running a business and he hates to have a budget because he finds a budget to constrain him. And so he would prefer to operate, if an opportunity comes up, he'd prefer to operate such that there isn't a budget limiting what he can spend. He can just spend the money if there's an opportunity that arises and go for it. And that's great for the business. For us, we have to be far more careful than that. And as the mayor and others have previously spoken to, we are far more careful about that. And I appreciate this. This amount of funding is 0.2% of our budget. It's a very small amount in comparison, but it still allows for some flexibility that would be required. I appreciate that the amount was based on 15 positions and turned into a dollar amount so that we can digest it. I'm curious about what happens at the end of the first year. I understand that there's 2.25 million and it's sitting there, and if we need new hires, great, they get written on that 2.25 million. What I would like to see happen is those new hires then get transferred to the budget of the business unit so that at the beginning of the year, we have 2.25 million fresh dollars in order to be able to provide that very small opportunity. This doesn't address that. We don't have a report. We don't, the motion itself asks for the 2.25 million. It doesn't ask for a briefing note. It doesn't put any structure around it. It simply asks for the money. And that leaves me with some degree of concern. And so what I'm of two minds on this one. The first one is to ask for a semi-formal report, the briefing note, the supplemental report, something like that, so that it can be ready in 2 weeks. I understand that this is a high priority and that type of thing it would already be envisioned, but just something to wrap some rules around what this $2.2 million is allowed to do. The alternative is to ask for a more formal report and make that a little bit longer, so that this does come back with the right amount of rules, with the right controls on the flexibility. At this point, what I would like to do is make a motion to amend this motion and change the word include into request a briefing note detailing the measures and implications for including. And so with that, thank you. What that looks like, I have just posted into the chat. It is that the Budget Committee request a briefing note detailing the measures and implications for including $2.25 million in ongoing funding for costs associated with unbudgeted in-year staffing pressures due to addressing council priorities, strategic plans, and operations within the proposed 2021-22 fiscal services budget in the parking lot as an operating over budget option. Thank you very much for seconding that. I look forward to the discussion on this.
There's a request from council for a short break before we begin the discussion. What is the consensus of council? Yes.
I'm ready for a question on this one.
a break of
Oh,
15
yeah.
minutes, I think would make sense.
Great, thank you. It's 2:57. We'll come back at 3:13.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much, everyone.
Just a reminder again, please return to this link. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We will start your video and start your mics. We have about 1 minute left in the break, and on the call of the chair, we can start the meeting and we'll take the slide off.
Hey, Madam Chair, when you said 3:13, you were like specific.
I was, wasn't I? It's a lesson I learned in my career. Mr. Clerk, are we all back and ready to resume?
We are good.
Hi, everyone. Councillor Lovelace here. I made it back.
Yeah. Welcome.
Hey, welcome.
Good. Welcome, Pam. We're close to done.
Are we ready to resume, Mr. Clerk?
Just before you go, Pam, how's your daughter doing?
Tony, this is live and going out to the world.
Okay,
Thank you.
So we are live and we can take the slide down right now, Madam Chair, and you're ready to go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. There is an amended motion and it is in the chat. As Councillor Lovelace has been able to join us, perhaps we can read the amended motion so that she can get up to speed. And
I have just reposted it in the chat.
Oh, thank you very much. So the amended motion is that the Budget Committee request a briefing note detailing the measures and implications for including 2.25 million in ongoing funding for costs associated with unbudgeted in-year staffing pressures due to addressing council priorities, strategic plans and operations within the proposed 2021-22 fiscal services budget in the parking lot as operating over budget options. And the amendment is the request for the briefing note, just for Councillor Lovelace's. If this is considered by the mover and the seconder as a friendly amendment, we could have a conversation on that. And I see that our mayor, Your Worship, you have a comment.
Yeah, I do. Thank you very much. So I'll support this. I may be able to amend it possibly, rather than come back with another amendment. My amendment was going to be at this point that we take the original recommendation and simply add that the CAO provide quarterly information reports to Regional Council on the staffing actions associated with the use of those funds. But I'm wondering perhaps if we just amended Councillor Russell's motion where he has the bracket to request a briefing note detailing the measures and implications. Perhaps there we could just have a comma and add and accountability for including. And then, we can have the discussion when it comes back about what that accountability might be.
Councillor Russell, would you agree to the amended amendment?
I agree with that.
Thank you very much.
And the amended motion with one too many including is in the chat.
All right, thank you.
I'm just looking to see if there are any speakers to this amended amendment. And I do not see any.
Call for the question.
Call for the question.
Yep.
So, Mr. Clerk, I believe we now go to the vote.
Starting with District 8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Since the CAO can't bring the information in a few weeks, I have to vote against it.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Favor the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
And so the motion has carried and the chair can return to our chair, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. The list of speakers is clear. I have not, with the exception of the mayor, I have not seen any other speakers. So, Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
So thank you for that. I was going to make that motion. I don't need to make the motion now. I think this will, when this comes back, we'll have a discussion. It's been a good discussion. I applaud the CAO and the CFO for bringing this forward because it's what they need to do their business. I also am glad the council has had a good discussion about what this means and doesn't mean. So it'll come back. I won't support 2.25 million. It's not needed. The CAO indicated to me this morning that that would be a full year amount and that we don't need that amount for this year because we're not going to hire people right away. But I'm not going to argue about the amount right now because it'll come back for a discussion at the budget. I want to just say, while we're on this topic, and it was part of the presentation, for councillors who've been on council for a while, I know how hard I've pushed over the last number of years to recognize that the deed transfer tax would go up. It's not entirely unexpected. It's been 3 or 4 years where it's gone up significantly. So I think it's appropriate not to take the full amount of the CanMac study, which I think was 80 million, but to increase it makes some sense to me. Somebody had asked the question, it was a good question, of how do we compare to other cities like us on this issue? It's very hard, as the CAO said, to identify one, but the closest to me is Saskatoon, which has been for the last number of years one of the fastest growing cities in Canada. It's smaller than us. It's probably 100,000 or so smaller than we are, but it's grown significantly over the last number of years. That growth may slow down with the reduction in resource industries, but they've been a fast growing municipality. And since 2011, so the last 10 years, the increases off the tax rate in Saskatoon starting in 2011 have been 4%, 4%, 5%, 7.4%, 5.3%, 4%, 4.8%, 3.8%, 4.4%, and 3.7% in 2020. I think only 1 year we've gone above 2% in taxes. So our record is good. And to the point that many councillors make, we have to pay for services that the citizens need. We also need to make sure that we're always balancing the need of those services for our citizens with the cost that we're charging them for those services. But our record has been good by any degree. Anyway, it's good discussion. We're going to have it again in a month or whenever we do the final balancing, and I'm glad we're having it. It's an important discussion. So, Mr. Chair, thank you to you, and thanks for the discussion.
Thank you. And we will be back in hopefully exactly 2 weeks. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if it's appropriate now, I would like to make a motion to add something to the parking lot. Is now the time?
Yes, it is.
It is. So I would like
actually, we are in the middle of the main motion on the resource funding plan.
Right. So
I would seek, I saw John pop up for a second. I would seek his advice on do we close this motion and then ask for other motions for the parking lot?
I would suggest you deal with the motion on the floor first.
Okay, and then we can open it up to any other councillors who would like to bring motions forward for the parking lot. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Trace, and go ahead, Councillor Cuddle. Would you like to continue, or would you like to hold off until after this motion?
I'll hold off till after this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And are there any further speakers to the motion on the resource funding plan?
Question.
The question has been called. Over to the clerk.
Beginning with District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor?
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason. 8, Councillor Smith. Mayor Savage.
Yeah, in favor.
Councillor Mason.
He might be in his backyard flying a kite. I wish I was. Thank you very much. That motion passes. So I would look to ask any councillors if you have further motions for the parking lot to indicate that in the chat, and go ahead, Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would like to make a motion to add $500,000 to the parking lot for a grant program for affordable housing developments outside of the regional center by registered not-for-profits and charities.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cuddle, can you work with the clerk just to make sure of the wording of the motion once we are discussing it?
Sure, I can post that in the chat.
If you have that, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, so, this goes back to some of the dialogue I was having earlier with Kelly Dente and her team, just around, the great need for affordable housing across the municipality. And as we talk about the deed transfer tax that, is essentially a product of, the real estate exchanges that are going on. I thought that this would be a really good use for some of that money. Affordable housing has been identified as a priority by council. And, it is part of the planning and development budget and business plan. But that particular fund for grants is restricted to the regional center because of the development bonusing program has not been expanded to the rest of the municipality. Waiting for that to happen through the regional plan review could take years, but we know that there's a need today, and we've identified that this is an urgent matter within our municipality. Council has also approved other financial transfers to the regional center for homelessness and housing support through things like the Navigator program, which is critically important. But again, we haven't seen much outside of the regional center. So I think that making $500,000 available for affordable housing projects across the municipality to help advance our council priorities and affordable housing needs everywhere would be a good use of that money. So I hope you support my motion.
Okay, thank you very much. We have the more fulsome motion in the chat. that Budget Committee request a briefing note detailing the measures and implications for including $500,000 in ongoing funding for costs associated with the development of a grant program for affordable housing developments outside the regional center by registered nonprofit groups or charities within the proposed 2021-22 planning and development budget to be considered in the parking lot as an operating over budget option. So thank you, Councillor Cuttle, for bringing that forward. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like, I want to support the intent of this, but I don't. I think we're jumping ahead a little too much here. I think this is more a staff report request than it is a moving an actual budgetary amount for it at this point. Like, I think a staff report request so that our staff could go away and say, well, look, you know, we're probably years away from having density bonusing sorted out outside of the regional center. What would a grant program look like as an interim sort of measure? I would certainly support that as a staff report request, but to move a dollar amount that, you know, is basically plucked out of the air at this point, I don't think I can support that. I have one other suggestion. If there's some specific project out there outside the regional center that's looking for support, I mean, any one of us at any time, and it has come up over the last couple of years, we do have a grant program, but any councillor can always bring forward a motion saying, look, I've got this special one-off thing happening. I would like some consideration for support of it. I think of like the North Grove in Dartmouth North, the food center. I mean, we had a special one-off grant given in there, if memory serves. So, I mean, there is that option if something were to come up in the next couple of months that Councillor Cuttle has got specifically in mind. But I really think this is a staff report request right now rather than moving something to the budget. I think we're just one step premature. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know what? I appreciate Councillor Austin's remarks, and I think there's some validity to it. I am still struggling, as is Councillor Cuttle, and perhaps some of the other councillors who are in the outside the center plan, with seeing some tangible way that this year's budget, particularly given the exhausting number of overage motions that are in the parking lot, now to know that it's looking like perhaps there is some a capacity to adjust them. I, for one, and I think others may have done so, have been very hesitant to put anything on the floor in relation to that, because we've been working so hard to stand by our positions that we don't want the taxes to go up. We don't want the taxpayers to bear the burden a lot of this. But at the same time, housing and homelessness is a major priority of the municipality. I feel like there's maybe this is the year we have access to some funding that we were not aware of, and could we move it forward? Is there an ability? I think that maybe we should ask staff to maybe comment on this, if we could, on the feasibility of getting something pulled together for us, so we could have a validation of maybe some funding that could go towards this, the intent of this motion. There are not just one, there are many projects out there who may not even have gotten past that first initial phase of it being some concept within their own group of organizational team, because of these kinds of barriers. So we are a council that is saying we want affordable housing. We cannot be a council that says we are only willing to consider, even when we have some spare money, to only consider the downtown. So if we could have some comment on that, that would be very helpful to me.
Go ahead, Mr. Dubé.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Kent and members of the committee. So I think Councillor Austin sort of summed it up very well. And I appreciate the request and the suggestion and motion by Councillor Cuttle. I think, you know, if we're going to stand up a grant program for affordable housing, and I think that's the intent, is to set some money aside for that. We don't know what the criteria is. We don't know, you know, exactly what the parameters are. It'll take us some time to do that. So I think this really should be focused on a request for a staff report to come back with a program recommendation and a source of funds. In public administration, municipal worlds, I guess, there's never a shortage of good ideas, and there's always money to be found for good ideas, right? And so it's not necessarily a requirement to have money set aside in the parking lot for a program that is yet to be determined. That money can always be found from another source in the year, right? So my advice at this point would be to change the motion from a parking lot request. And we'll never come back to you within 2 weeks with a report that actually addresses, stands up a program and all that. That would give you enough information to make a decision on the funding, particularly. But we certainly can do that probably within 2 to 3 months from now. That's probably what we're looking at, and you know, I would argue that even if it was put in the parking lot, it would take us 2 to 3 months or whatever to come back to council with a program in any case. So maybe it will be best approach is to have a request for a staff report to amend the motion to that in that respect. That helps.
Thank you. I'm not sure if Councillor Cuttle would like to respond to that, or should we move ahead with I see John Traves. Go ahead.
Yeah. Just sorry, Councillor Cuttle.
Go ahead, Councillor Cuttle.
Yeah. Well, my intent here is that there is $200,000 in the budget for a grant program for the regional center. And when you look at the plan, the planning and development budget and business plan, their target for the Q4 is to launch a new affordable housing grant program in the fall of 2021. So the grant program is already a deliverable that has been identified with $200,000 budget associated with it, I believe, from what I can understand from this, and that the problem is that it's restricted to the regional center. So my request in adding the $500,000 is not to necessarily create something new, but it's to allowing that housing grant program to expand beyond the regional center for registered not-for-profits and charities to deliver affordable housing developments.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Traves.
Just make sure I'm on, Mr. Chair, through you to the committee. Just what's the word I'm looking for? A slight variation on what the CAO has said, which is that if the intent is for council to look at a staff report assessing this, then really that should be for a motion for a staff report at council rather than the budget process. If the intent is to fund, you know, this at this point, setting aside the money, whether or not there is at the end of the day a program developed, then it is a budget adjustment discussion potentially. But as CEO said, I'm not sure how quickly staff can respond in terms of this budget cycle.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Cuttle. So I appreciate where you're coming from and I support it. But I think, as has been said, for staff to develop a program that doesn't exist, now it may be similar to what staff are proposing for the regional center grant program, but it's a different program for a different area and would need different criteria. And I just don't see how staff could come up with a briefing note and a program and develop and stand up a grant program in 2 weeks. So I think, I mean, I can't support it for the budget just because there is no way that in 2 weeks we could have enough information to set up a program. Also, too, the motion that's written here, and I'm not sure if that was just the clerk taking some liberties compared to your motion, but it says for ongoing funding. And so while a grant program may imply we want to do this every single year, it doesn't have to be for this budget year. It could be one-time funding that we're looking at if we want to pursue a few really strategic initiatives that are ready to go right now. But if you have strategic initiatives that are ready to go right now, similar to what we did with the Rapid Housing Initiative with the federal money, if there are groups, whether it's like Adsum House, whether it was the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center, or any other group, they could easily come forward and council could consider that, just like we did with the Halifax Hospice, just like we did with the YMCA. We often do, and even mid-year, grant programs will look for a source of funding for those things if they're important for our communities. And so I would support a program that looks at affordable housing outside of the regional center. I just don't think we can do it in 2 weeks. And so I think the advice that a motion at council for a staff report on this still could come to us in time to have something stood up by later in the fall, maybe at the same time the other program gets stood up. And for the funding, it could be as simple as a reserve fund that we have currently for the current year. And if we want to do it ongoing, then budget it for the next year. So all those possibilities are still open, even if it's not part of this budget right now. But I do think it would be imperative to have staff come back with advice on criteria, where it should happen. Is it everywhere outside the regional center? Like, does Ecum Secum need affordable housing, or is it better in Spryfield? Or, so those are, I think, questions that need to be answered that I don't think can be answered in 2 weeks. So I appreciate that and I support it, but not in this particular part of the process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I found myself in kind of a weird position. I spent 7 years on this council, encouraging council to support housing, even though it's not in our mandate officially. And the things that we've done in the last year or so have been pretty amazing. But I think we have to follow some kind of approach. I'm completely with Councillor Austin that bring me a staff report request that says, look at housing outside the regional center, how we can support it. I think that makes a lot of sense, but we can't just add this 2 weeks before we start to finalize our budget. It's an arbitrary amount. We don't know if it's 500,000, maybe it's $1 million, maybe it's 100,000. Who are the partners going to be? Are we just going to, spend the money, or are we going to work with the province who have the primary responsibility? So I think a staff report could really open a lot of doors to how we could look at housing outside off the core, but I can't support this motion at the budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Mason.
So I share many of the concerns that I've heard so far, but I have an additional concern, which is I couldn't vote for this because it's saying it's going to take general tax revenue that includes all the tax revenue from every district and the commercial districts in downtown and on the peninsula, and will restrict that spend to only being off the peninsula or out of the regional center. So, I would say, I'm all for taking some general tax revenue, putting it into affordable housing. But I don't see this as a antidote to the density bonusing, where the density bonusing is an additional fee that is being charged to try and make sure that while we enable through the center plan tremendous density being allowed on these corridors, that some measure of affordability continues to exist in those corridors. That's a different thing than a general program for affordable housing, which the regional center would also benefit from, and certainly under the model that's proposed here would be helping to pay for. So it's, I don't see it as an apples to apples comparison. So for that reason, I do think we need a staff report. There are other things that are being talked about with staff in between councils right now, like any property potentially that we sell that's small, have a larger percentage, 25 to 50% of the value of that property that we don't hold for affordable housing, going to an affordable housing fund that's large. A smaller percentage goes into that fund. We discussed the density bonusing extending through the suburban plan. And certainly I have no real issue with taking part of deed transfer tax or general tax revenue and putting it into affordable housing. These are things that I've been advocating for 8 years. But I don't, at this point, we don't have, where we're at with the regional plan or the downtown plan, the center plan, is that we have the density bonusing in place and we have the administrative order in place. We haven't done any of that spade work yet for a broader program. And I think that the place that this should start is with a staff report for those things. I also want to say that the regional center isn't just downtown. I did hear one of the councillors say that. And in fact, the downtown doesn't generate the affordable housing density bonusing that the rest of the regional center does. This is explicitly about saying to our residents in these 5 districts in the regional center that we're part of the payoff for you of allowing those towers to be built without fighting over every development like we used to 5 and 10 and 20 years ago, is that this money will be invested back in your community. And the same thing should happen in the suburban plan, but it hasn't happened yet. And that's why it's constrained that way, because it's an explicit deal with those residents. And I think we need to defend that as well. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the initiative that Councillor Cull is putting forward. I believe a staff report would be necessary. But, as the mayor said, we were asked to come into affordable housing, it wasn't our mandate, but if we're going to be in, we might as well go in and be in it all the way up to our necks. And in regards to not just the downtown urban core and density bonusing, but we heard Councillor Kent read that letter from Minister McGuire about our density bonusing is supposed to be available across the municipality. So the question is that, I think that perhaps a deed transfer tax would be a good source of this affordable housing funding. It deals with real estate, the sell and resell of real estate. So why not make affordable housing through that mechanism? And Ecum may not need the housing, but I know I have an abandoned schoolhouse building in Mosher River sitting idle and getting deteriorated that can easily be converted into seniors apartment buildings. I have another one in Tangier. I also have another school in Jador. They're looking at conversions, but I think the staff report may need to look at is what provincial and federal programs are also available for these affordable housing units that can we partner with them? Right now, the province has, I think, up to a $50,000 per unit subsidy right now. So can we complement that in any way in regards to the cost of building permits or inspection permits, what case may be in rural areas? We don't have to worry about the Halifax water hookup charges, but could be other fees and charges that could be perhaps offset through this program to make it affordable for the developer or the not-for-profit organization, whoever it may be, to put these units in. So I would support a staff report on this, and if it's possible, the $500,000 that the council is asking for can be put in a reserve account in regards to until a program is built or manufactured. Then so be it. But I think that a staff report would be good, but we need to compare it how it will fit in with the other funding programs that are available out there now. So that's how I would feel on this particular matter. And yes, the housing is needed from Ecosystem to Hubbards and every point in between. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rothman.
Thank you. And I'm just wondering if I could get a quick, maybe Jane could help with this as much as anybody. So I understand right now that bonus density only exists because of what we're allowed to do on the city center, on the center. And I get that. And I understand that we're looking to expand it to other areas off Peninsula. I certainly support that. And as you've heard me say earlier, I think a lot of the solution to this whole problem is inclusionary zoning, which hopefully the new government will bring forward. Right now, I think I even put it in the parking lot that we asked for $250,000 to go into the parking lot for affordable housing grant projects. And I believe, now, does that mean it has to be used on the, if it's not part of the density bonusing program, why, if we wanted to use that 250,000 or 200,000, whatever it was, out of general revenue, I thought it wasn't from this fund that we've set up, the additional tax, if you will, for the bonus density to be used on the peninsula. Why does the 200,000 have to be used on the peninsula or in the city center, first of all, and does it? Could we not just add a little more to that fund that we moved forward previously and use it wherever we want to if it's not related to the bonus density parameters about this. So I should know a little bit more about this. So maybe Jane, maybe you can help me about it, but I understand what we can do on the peninsula and why. I just don't understand why, if we want to come up with something and we have an AO in place that allows us to take a couple of $100,000 out of the general fund and spend it, why we couldn't increase that and spend it more broadly. I don't know if John maybe can help me with that if Jane can't. I hope that's clear. I hope it's clearer. My question's clearer than the answer anyway.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you to the chair. So I see Ms. Denty's still on line. So she may be best to speak to the nuances of the AO. So it's really going to have to come back to what the intent of that was. As far as the funding for this in a staff report, we would come back with a funding source. So we would identify where the money would come from. We do have reserves that we often use for these types of things. So really what we would be doing is filling in that blank for you on the appropriate amount and what the uses would be for the staff report if that gets approved. And I see Kelly's popped up to maybe be able to fill in the details on the uses and the permitted
yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Portability.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So in terms of the 200,000 that we've got in our budget as a withdrawal from reserve, that's specifically from the density bonusing reserve. That's not a withdrawal from general reserve. So that's why it's regional center only. To be clear, there's more money in that fund. However, we want to be able to stand up the program and operate it before we kind of expand that. Okay, so 200
that makes sense. I forgot that it was from the reserve rather than general, and that's what I was going with this. No, it makes sense. And in the long term, obviously, the medium to long term, I think we all want to see projects throughout HRM. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I see no other speakers for the first time. So Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for your comments. You know, Councillor Elhead, I think you were getting to my point and why I put this forward is that I appreciate all the work that's gone into getting the density bonusing program in place to fund affordable housing. And I know there is, you know, interest in expanding that, but we're a long way from that. And so this isn't so much about, you know, the density bonusing piece, because outside of the urban core, there is no revenue source, right? And so this is a way of saying, we're making this a priority in this budget year. We're going to set aside funding to expand grants specifically for charities and not-for-profits to advance initiatives in affordable housing. So that was the intent. It wasn't meant to be ongoing funding. It actually was meant to be kind of a one-off, a one-time, I see now where it says ongoing funding, a one-time ask, given the transfer taxes that we have received this year and allocating them to affordable housing initiatives. So if we need to come back with that in a staff report, that's fine. But I think I just would like to make sure that we have something for the municipality as a whole.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kent.
Thank you. This will be my last time to speak to it. And this question is directly to Kelly Denty. Kelly, I'm asking you to think broadly within the scope of the work that you do. Do we have anywhere where we could allocate some funding towards this goal right now? Whether it looks like a grant or whatever, is there anywhere we can do that? That's a big question.
Nothing like putting me on the spot.
Nothing like it.
No, my answer always has to be, if you're going to allocate funding, it needs to be within the structure of some program, right? So honestly, we need to come back and provide some advice to council relative to what a program looks like. We certainly, wouldn't be starting from scratch. We know what we're dealing with in the regional center, and certainly have lots of conversations about, I think, what a region-wide program would look like. But, it's not fair for me to kind of pull something out of the air right now to respond to you with, but I think the staff report would provide that.
Councillor Morse.
So that I was going to ask, just make another comment, but I've lost it.
Yep, no, that's okay. I'm sorry, Councillor Kent, you still have time. Go ahead.
I just want to have clarification around the notion of a staff report. There's no council next week, then we are into, I don't know when the next council meeting is, April 20th. And then we will be early May, we'll be on our budget deliberations.
That's correct. We have council on April 20, budget on
Is the parking lot.
The parking lot we will be discussing on April 21, 2 weeks from today. And then it'll come back to council for final discussion on May 4th.
Yeah. So none of that is achievable as far as getting something this early. So I guess from my perspective, Councillor Cuttle, if you want to just retract this motion and we work together to get a request in for council as a staff report, I'm happy to support that. I do want to say, let's put council on notice that we're coming, and we hope that you'll support it. We've had a lot of really good dialogue today, but the issue is still there, and it needs attention. And if there is a way to move forward, we don't be shocked when we come knocking on the door at council. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you very much, Councillor Morse. Sorry about that false start earlier.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say I support completely the spirit and intention here. Every time a building gets approved in a suburban area and there's no affordable housing required in it, I just find it very upsetting because it's a missed opportunity. And I wanted to share just something that's going on in my district where a large developer was interested in including affordable housing, a significant number of affordable housing units in an approved development. But the situation is we don't have the rules around it in the suburbs. So it's really hard to move forward on it without having developed criteria. And there are charitable organizations willing to be involved in terms of helping to determine eligibility, but they don't have the money or the people to devote to that sort of thing. So you have people willing on all sides to contribute to this, but we don't seem to have a framework in place that would allow them all to work together. So I just would like to say that I support whatever we can do, if it's a staff report, if it's funding that can be set aside to try to take the initial steps to develop a framework that could work to get affordable housing outside the city center. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to also say thank you for being so brave, Councillor Cuttle, and bringing this forward as a motion and then stirring up all the conversation around it, because it helps to understand a little more. And just, if this comes back as a staff report, which I think it is going to, the request for that, just what Councillor Moore said, like the frameworks that can be laid so that this can move forward more quickly than not, because there is needs and there are one-offs that could use grant funding. So Councillor Austin talking about that ability, when we do have stuff in our district, we are able to bring it for that one-time grant opportunity, which is very helpful to know. So I just appreciate this. I just want to say I support the whole idea around allowing this to move outside of the regional center to where it is also needed. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further speakers in the list. So if somebody would like to call for the question.
Well, I think I will.
You would like to close? Okay.
Well, not close, but can I, if we're not going to move forward, retract the motion and then bring it forward for a staff report through regional council.
I'm in agreement, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And as we saw with Mr. Traves in the chat, yes, you can retract that. We have consent from the seconder. And if you could bring that forward to regional council, that would be great. Thank you. So at this point, are there any other councillors who have any further motions for the parking lot? I see Councillor Daigle-Gammon waving her hand. Go ahead, Councillor.
I do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wasn't sure if I got lost in the chat line list. I will paste the motion in the chat line, and I will understand if legal tells me we can't do it. Is it seen there? No?
We don't see it there yet.
My
If you have been working on it with the clerk, perhaps
I have. I've tried to post it.
perhaps Ian could paste it and you could read it.
Thank you very much. The motion is that the budget, and I guess I'll preface this by, I missed this opportunity when we talked about Halifax Fire, so I'm hoping that this can be my saving it, but that the Budget Committee request a briefing note detailing the measures and implications for including $40,000 in one-time funding for costs associated with the funding for the Enfield Fire Department within the proposed 2021-22 fire services budget to be considered in the parking lot as an operating over budget option.
Second, Tim.
Thank you very much. That motion is now in the chat. Go ahead, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much for seconding it, Councillor Outhit. There is, we are in the middle of negotiating, and there was $40,000 that was paid to Enfield Fire for an agreement that is been in the books for, like, I think more than 20 years. And that $40,000 was cut from the budget previously, and it may be the impediment to going forward to sealing an agreement. There is a significant portion of District 1 that is covered by Enfield Fire. There's a lot of stress in our community thinking that that might not happen. There is some background saying that the agreement was a requirement for the aerial truck at Stanfield Airport. And now that Station 45 is 24/7 professional and has that equipment, that the agreement could be changed. That does not satisfy the residents that are in that area that really rely on Enfield Fire. So I know that we're working on it. The reason I put one-time funding is because that could give time to build if the funding is going to be needed in the next year. Maybe it's not, but at least to give us this one time. If there's an agreement that it's not needed, then that's great. But at this point, I really need that insurance that it's there so that if something comes up and says it's not in the budget, we don't have it. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Chairman. And I was just kind of wondering, I think she answered my question. I believe this might have been part of the mutual aid funding responses we used to have in the past. We have some mutual aid agreements with Hubbard's, Enfield, and Ecom in regards to fire services. So I would support this initiative for us to, if that is an impediment to getting a mutual aid agreement back in place, let's get it back in place. And so we can have that particular area covered and have the ability for responses. So I'm in support of this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm just reading the motion and I can't recall. I was quickly trying to bring up the fire presentation when they were here. Was this an over that HRFE put forward? Or is this just something that the local councillor wants to put in? And the reason I ask is typically, so when we put stuff in the parking lot, and then if it does go in the budget, that has an impact. So for example, if it's ongoing funding, we are increasing the tax rate. And if it's well, we're not sure if we're going to do it, then we may be increasing, now it's only $40,000, but you may be increasing the tax rate for something that doesn't happen. And therefore, you've just charged a bunch of people for something that you didn't spend the money on. And for something this small, if it does come up mid-year, I mean, it'd be pretty easy to find the reserve, I would think. So, and I guess, you know, I saw the head nods and waves, so it wasn't something fire brought forward. You know, I'm not sure I'll support this just because I don't think it's necessary for a small amount like this. If we get mid-year and we need to find it, it would be easy to find. But if fire themselves didn't ask for it, I'm not sure why we'd want it then. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Outhit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look at this button to work there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This actually did come up at the very end of our discussion with fire, and I gave Councillor Daigle-Gammon some bad advice, and I'll fess up, and that's why I'm seconded this motion to pay penance or repent, is because she did want to go in camera and have a discussion. What she thought this might be some contractual discussions and this sort of thing. And we later found out that what she wanted to make sure was that we just had this money earmarked should it be required for, as she's outlined. So I think it would provide her great comfort. Because she had been planning to bring this forward at the more appropriate time. And so I gave her bad advice on telling her she didn't have to go in camera on this, so that she could bring things forward, of course, at any time to go into the parking lot. So I'll support this. And if it's not required, then that's fine. If it is required, it's there and with a funding source. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any further speakers? I don't see anything in the chat.
I suggest, Mr. Chair, if there was a mistake by the deputy mayor, that he could take it out of his capital fund and give it to her.
Sorry, couldn't hear you. You're muted.
That was a worthy suggestion, Councillor Mancini. I appreciate that.
Just not even
I believe this is an operational matter, not capital item.
Yeah.
I see the CAO has popped up. Mr. Dubé.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to councillor and the council and the budget committee as a whole. So we are in the throes of negotiation right now, right, on this issue. So, you know, as Councillor Cleary has pointed out, if there's going to be any money exchanged on this matter at all, it would be a small amount, maybe 40,000 or something less, or maybe something slightly more. But at this point, I don't even know what that number is, right? Because it's a negotiation, and I'd rather not compromise our negotiation position on that basis at the moment. These negotiations are almost complete, and but if council wants to set aside a $40,000 item. You know, I can assure you that if in fact there's an amount of money that's required to seal the deal, then at the end of the day, without getting into the detail of the negotiation at this point, we could easily find that money somewhere, right? So I just leave that for your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, I see no, and Councillor Austin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to support this. I just want to ask our CEO, so would his recommendation be that we not add this in because we are in the midst of negotiations here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would be correct.
Okay, so based on that, I don't think we should do this at this time. I'm fully in support of putting some money at this, but I wouldn't want to compromise where we're in the midst of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Daigle-Gammon, would you like to close?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess that's why I prefaced the motion with legal may want to weigh in and to maybe stop the conversation or pause it. I do not want to complicate the negotiations, but I am very concerned that the answer may be that if that money isn't there, that the agreement will somehow not be as complete as my residents needed to be to ensure that they have coverage. So that's the biggest concern. If there is confidence that the funding, if it should be needed, that it will be available, then I'm good with that. But I am really concerned that not be an impediment to a good agreement that gives us the comfort of my residents that they're going to have the same kind of support in terms of area coverage from infield fire.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Dubé.
So, Mr. Chair, I can assure the councillor that it's not an impediment. It was never the intention of HRM or HRFE or Enfield Fire Department for that matter, even though I can't speak for them, but based on the discussions, it was never the idea that any service level would be diminished. What we're trying to do is make sure that all service exchange agreements or mutual aid agreements are fair and equitable and treated in the same manner across HRM. right? So I think the conversation so far, and I know that there was some negotiations, some final deliberations, I believe, late last week. And there are some decisions to be made by the Enfield Fire Department, I believe, this week or next, as to what was concluded in principle, right? So we haven't heard that yet, but we need to hear that, and once we have that information, we can make a further determination as to where we go with all of this. But that's where we are. And the money will, at the end of the day, if we have to, if this final negotiation says someone's going to write a check to someone, whether it's them to us or us to them, I'm sure that will happen.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just, based on that and the fact that, typically, and for the new councillors, going through several budgets, you get kind of used to it. But, and I guess my question would be to Jacques or Jane, but anytime we negotiate anything, whether it's collective agreements with our staff or whether it's these kind of things, typically fiscal services carries a very large envelope for these kind of contingencies, whether it's, anticipated pay increases, agreements with other municipalities on these kind of things. And so within that envelope, and the reason it's in one big envelope is not to tip our hand to any particular group to say, hey, by the way, this is how much we're saving for you. And negotiations end up going to that amount. And I think that's what Jacques is saying too. So I see Ms. Fraser has popped up. So in something like this, it's a small amount. Maybe it's even found within the fire budget. I'm not sure. But something like this, any kind of negotiation, would fiscal services not kind of hold that envelope and be able to accommodate that based on what we've done? So if it comes out at 35 or 40 or 45 or 32 or whatever the amount happens to be in negotiation, we're covered on a lot of these kind of things, are we not?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the council and the committee. So depending on what the item is, so for collective agreements, we do hold a lot of money in fiscal services, and we don't tell people the direct amounts, obviously, so that we don't tip our hand in negotiations. So that's one thing. For an item like this, we would have a contingency that we build into the budget, and that's for things where unanticipated costs. So if we have a really bad winter, we can cover some things off. So for an item like this, there is some funding that we would be able to find for a $40,000 item.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr.
Once
Chair,
again, we have.
is there nobody on the list? It's Tim. I'm willing to support the withdrawing of this if Kathy would like to do that. Tony's going to have to agree that my initial advice was right, but I am happy to announce to support if Kathy wants to withdraw this, with the comfort that we've heard from Jacques and Jake.
Thank you. Go ahead, Kathy.
Thank you very much. So I'm just really glad that the conversation had airtime. And that's actually very important to me, that and any of the public or our residents that are listening, that they know that the issue was given due consideration, that the funding is not, as I understand it now, a potential impediment to a good, solid agreement that supports everyone. So having that in mind, I will retract the motion. And just to Councillor Cleary's point, Halifax Fire did not ask for this as an over budget. They cut it from their budget previously without consultation with community or without people understanding what the impact may or may not be to them as residents. And that's why it's a big concern to me. And I'm learning a lot about fire, so you may hear a lot from me about Halifax Fire in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, super. Thank you very much. At this point, we have no motion on the floor. If there are any other councillors who would like to bring a motion on the floor, feel free.
Sandy Point.
Sandy Point. Oh no.
Go
Can
ahead,
I move
Mr. Mayor.
adjourned before we do Sandy Point?
I see the mayor had popped up, and I also see Councillor Kent. The mayor was first. Go ahead, sir.
I just said motion to adjourn, Chair.
Getting ahead of me.
Okay, if it is a motion to adjourn, then great, we stand adjourned. Our next meeting is with Regional Council on Tuesday, April 20th. And the next Budget Committee meeting is 2 weeks from today, Wednesday, April 21st at 9:30 in the morning. Have a great day, everybody.